Hello,
of Star Wars.
hello, Tyron. Hello, Shikor. Thanks for joining us
Hello,
today.
everyone.
Hello.
Before
Hi.
Cloud's not here yet. We haven't heard anything from him, so I assume something's come up, and hopefully he'll be able to join
Yeah.
us later. But it was getting a bit late, so I thought we better start now. Before we begin, however, we lost a very dear friend to the channel and to the community on Monday.
Yeah.
Um, tough times, tough times. And she was a sweetheart, wasn't she? Um,
She was from I something that after all of this that happened, I deeply regret not being able to interact more with her because she was a super nice person. And it's a regret that I have carried for this. It's not like it was super close, but that's exactly because of the few interactions that I have this regret.
yeah. I haven't told this story to many people, but when I first started streaming, I was actually super nervous about everything, and I did a couple of test streams before I started streaming full time, just on KOTOR, and she was there the entire time, even for the test streams. And if she hadn't been showing up there, just egging me on, telling me to give it my best no matter how things go, this D&D stream, this D&D show wouldn't be here now. So I owe her a lot, not just personally, but professionally as well. So I want to take a minute to raise a drink, raise a donut, whatever, share the love, and help me send off our brilliant donut queen. So I'd like to take a moment of silence just to honor such a wonderful person. Yep. I know, Tyron. I was there. You did good, man. Rest in peace, buddy. You'll always be in our hearts and minds.
Rest in peace.
Thankfully, even the loud banking noises coming from somewhere around my neighborhood respected the moment, so that's good.
Yeah.
we know it's important when even loud banging can take a moment's silence. Anyway,
Yeah, stop the hammer. Stop at the hammer.
time to hand over to our lovely DM Riss to catch everyone up on what happened last time.
Yes, so last time we left off from the point that you guys were leaving Ossus with the three enormous kyber crystals that are apparently supposed to be kind of payment.
Don't worry, Jell, I've got deep pockets.
Yeah. And now you're heading back to Mandalorian space with the rest of your colleagues, friends,
And
comrades.
the
To
Jawa.
the allies who we made to help. And, oh damn it! I'm having a frolic.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Our friends, our colleagues, and Joanne.
Yes. Also,
Our friends, our colleagues, our family, and our spare food resource.
also you have a new tag along for now. A
Yeah.
Twi'lek that was previously in an Assassin's Guild, and she's currently being hunted by them because apparently they didn't take it too well that she left.
Who knew
And
an assassin's guild that doesn't like people leaving?
Freaking hell!
yes,
The more people we meet that have got more in common with my character than we realise.
Yeah.
and thankfully she might be able to help the party with finding more information about the one scientist that's still
Yeah.
alive, maybe, who knows?
Hmm.
Because the previous
For
one,
something that for something that it's probably not related to the super weapon we are investigating.
actually no one knows what this relates to. The other scientist that you
For
know the
now.
name, well, you know the name of both scientists. The other one is dead for almost 6 years now,
Yep.
Yep.
even more.
Oh,
He, yeah, actually more than that. He
oh, so
should be
you gave
dead.
us false information.
Yes, yes.
Good
No,
to
no,
know.
no. Actually, he's dead for 8 years now,
Oh.
Okay.
not 6. And
Hmm.
this death,
Don't worry, we are reckoning the bad information that we received the past episode. Don't worry, it's right
yeah,
now
yeah,
reckoned.
yeah, yeah,
Star Wars RPG for retconning.
yeah. Actually, don't. I'm not sure if I told you the exact time frame when he was killed.
You told us the exact time frame. I think
Yeah,
because I
I
did
said
ask
it was.
for a lot
Yeah,
of information.
it was almost 6 years before Battle of Yavin that he was working on this secretive project. And once they finished it, he he left shortly after from the empire. He started his new business, let's say,
Yeah.
uh, in the Outer Rim, and he was found dead a few months later.
No, they shut down
Mhm.
Taco Bell.
And the mercenary that um, the Mandalorians are seriously considering hiring to help them get rid of. Uh,
The Empire.
come on. Yes. Come on. I'm getting too distracted right now because of reasons.
Calm down. Take your time.
Hmm.
Yes, Moffat Duskane, of course. Uh, to get rid of Moffat Duskane and what's left of his Imperial remnants, because they're causing major trouble in Mandalorian space, and not only there. He was quite interested in knowing more about Simonil, the scientist that got
Mhm.
untimely terminated. So, we begin the session back in your ship, and you are preparing to make the jump to Mandalorian space again and
Mhm.
meet up with everyone else. and see what exactly you're going to do. So,
Give
if
me a
you want to
second.
do, yeah.
Go on.
So, if you want to do any RP during this time, now's your chance.
I'm gonna go to my room and stress out.
Neo is going to go with catch to ride the ship unless suddenly camera noises begin to come from or dear DM's side. Then Neo is hammering something.
Well, let's. I believe that we're safe
For
from now
now.
on.
And
Yeah,
it's not me.
but yeah, time will tell. Anyway, so as you're piloting there, after a few hours, your new Twi'lek friend, let's say,
Ally. Because
ally,
we did make the
yes,
deal. So it's more of an ally
ally.
than
So yeah,
friend.
she shows up and says, "How's the soldier?" That
Give me
goes
give
to
me a second
Neo
I put back in
because
character. Yeah. Give me a second I put back in character. I
Channel the
look at her a
panic.
bit while focusing on
give me
on
a
the
second.
being the
I need to
copilot.
panic.
On how Ketch put it on pressing that giant red button so the ship doesn't destroy.
I must keep my hand on the button.
And I look and I tell her it's fine, bit stiff, but the medical robot and Joanne did a good job.
Good to hear. You know, I feel a little bit guilty of what happened. I mean, you wouldn't. You getting shot out of the blue was my fault for being there. You know.
To be fair, with how many trouble scenes, with how easily trouble seems to find us, I will probably have end up in a situation like this sooner or later. So don't take it, don't worry too much about it.
Okay, that's good to hear, I guess. So anyway,
Is it? Immediately Neo says, how is it good that you're suddenly constantly expecting danger to appear to you? Being good.
so anyway, from what I
No, Neo
gather.
is seriously asking this question.
Oh, okay.
This is actually in
I'm not
character.
joking. This is Neo. Actually, in character, Neo is suddenly saying, "How?" Basically, he's saying all of what I said, but that's basically his reaction.
Well, sometimes I should just shut up and don't say anything. Seems I
Don't
still
worry.
have the problem.
Don't worry. We all kind of may have moments where you are antisocial. You don't want to be around me when I begin to talk about mechanics.
Anyway, from what I gather, we're heading to Mandalorian space.
Yes.
Okay. Uh, will we have an opportunity there to search some databases so I can get back on track, I guess? Try to find
We
information about our query.
we will see what we can do. Have in mind that we are allied with them for something, so we also don't want to overstep our bounds right now. So we are going to see how much willing their our friend inside the Mandalorians is willing to see if he could give us some information or not. We have been giving of very big help to them, but that doesn't mean that they will give us all that we ask.
Okay, good to know. Then I'll leave the talking to you, I guess.
Okay.
Where exactly can I find a place to get some sleep? I don't
Uh,
know.
I look at Ketch and say, "Do you give me a minute?" So I take her to one empty room.
Okay.
Well, I
And
take you to the room that was previously of the witch, and basically tell him we might receive at some point while you're here receive the call from another ally that will want to come here. If that's the case, we will see how we arrange the accommodations there. But for now, this is your room.
she just looks at the place and says, "Oh, it's big enough. I don't mind sharing. I mean,
Yeah,
anyway."
my problem is not so much you sharing. The problem, in my opinion, is this other ally in terms of sharing.
Okay, I get it. We're all weirdos here, from what I understand.
Yeah, apparently we are all. Neo says with a bit of a humorous smile. If you need anything, you can look for any of us. You at least know where to find me. I'm usually co-piloting.
Okay,
And Neo turns to go back to co-piloting.
all right. So after that, nothing of note happens until you get to your destination,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
and you're safely back in Mandalorian space. At least, you know, a place where it is controlled by the Mandalorian clans right now, so
Yeah,
it's relatively safe.
yeah. Once we're back in Mandalorian space, but before we get to Mandalore, Elena has a moment just to collect herself and pulls out a encrypted comlink that she hasn't used since Dantooine and flicks it open and starts a call.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Good. More Jedi stuff that could probably come and end up biting us in the ass.
Not who I'm thinking.
I'm
I
joking.
know.
I know probably who you're talking to, but I had to say it.
I know.
After a few seconds, there's a response from the other side. You can hear the voice, a familiar voice saying, Elena, I believe.
Hello, Ilva. It's been a while. How's things going with the clans?
Well, I guess good considering.
Considering.
Yes, unfortunately I didn't have a lot of I wasn't able to make a lot of progress, but I have a few information that might prove useful. How's your part of the adventure going? Have you been able to uncover anything?
Likewise, mixed results. We have managed to find the other master I told you about, and thankfully he's as I remember him. And we've also learned a little bit more about our holocron. However, we've run abreast of a situation with Imperials and Mandalorians and all that jazz. So, as much as I would want to come to see you on Dathomir to get the information, the Imperials have got a bounty on my head, and we can both guess why that is, and it might not be safe for me to travel at the moment.
Yeah, and you know what? I won't say anything on the matter. I'll just let it slide.
No, feel free to say something. Feel free to speak. I'm the only one who can hear you right now.
It's been a few months now, I think, almost two. So I think it's safe for me to say, I told you so.
I chuckle a little bit, going, "Yeah, you told me so." But look, you could you could already hear how much I've actually turned things around.
Yeah, I can feel that something's different, more upbeat.
I wouldn't say upbeat, but more optimistic.
Yeah, I can hear it in your voice.
Anyway, we have made some allies among the Mandalorians, so if it's easier for you, I could see if I could talk to their leader, see if I can organize transport for you to come to us. If you want to share the news face to face.
As I said, I don't have anything too big of a breakthrough right now, so unless you have something, of course, and it needs discussion.
Let's just say it's potentially we do need to discuss, but also there's the thing of my master would also like to meet with you, and that could prove beneficial to both parties.
There is a small pause and says, "What exactly do you mean?"
I mean that he was my master was part of the Order before the end of the during the Clone Wars, and all he's ever heard of the Night Sisters are how dangerous they are, including one that served another fellow master of mine. But perhaps if through meeting him you can finally meet a Jedi who actually is what they claim to be. And
Oh, now I get it. You're not referring to your master, but someone else. Okay.
yes, I'm referring to the person who basically taught me almost everything I know, but wasn't my direct master.
Okay. Okay, that could be actually interesting.
And I'm hoping through this meeting we can try and build some bridges between our people.
That's. I don't know how well this will go, to be honest.
I
The
can under-
clans don't like outsiders, and
I can understand that the Jedi are kind of not quick to trust as quick to trust as they used to be, but
also, I want to tell you that I can tolerate you calling me Night Sister, even though you know I'm not, but the others won't take it as too kind.
oh, believe me, when I'm corrected, I try and stay corrected.
You can hear some a faint chuckle. It says, "Good to know." Okay, so if you can arrange some transportation for me, I would be up for traveling and meeting this Jedi of yours. See what's exactly so special about your order.
I will try and arrange it as soon as possible. Also, the major benefit of this is it'll be nice to see a friendly face again.
Yeah, that's something, I guess. So until next time.
Until next time, once I get this organized, I'll send you the information, and I will make sure the Mandalorians know that you're with me, just to avoid any unnecessary clashes.
Well, I'll behave.
No, it's not you I'm worried about.
Point taken.
As long as they behave, we should be fine.
All right, that means that I won't be taking my pet with me, I guess.
I don't think I'll be able to negotiate that, I'm afraid, as much as I would like to try.
Okay, back to his home, I guess. Musmus is going to have a new period of
Give me a second.
depression.
I could fully understand how he feels.
And after that, the connection is lost. It's cut off, rather. And
I put the com back in my pocket.
And then a pop-up comes up saying, "How would you rate your call quality?"
How how can Facebook improve this connection?
Yeah. Okay. So you slowly approach your destination, and you're making your landing
Mhm.
without any further incidents. Everything seems fine. And not long after you have arrived, you can see four more transport ships arriving
Mhm.
at your location.
Okay.
You can see that at least two of
By the
them.
way, I forgot to say this because it wouldn't be a role playing moment or anything like that. But Neo did inform when he was about close to landing to he informed Fralis about that, so he was aware.
We
Oh,
see you,
okay.
kid. Yes, chat. I'll be role playing two characters today. Oh joy!
We thank you for that.
Yeah. So you can see that at least two of the transport ship have Mandalorians adorning
Yeah.
similar patterns on their armor.
And
So
the other
yes,
ship.
the other ship you can see that it has Mandalorians too, but they are from a different clan maybe because you don't recognize the pattern.
Okay.
All right, if everyone could please take their seats and buckle up until this flight comes to a complete stop. We might be encountering some turbulence.
Elena uses the force to keep the blanket on her bed extra tight.
Pulls out the pre-installed bed seat belt.
Hmm.
Yep.
um,
Force
from the last
reinforced.
from the last transport ship, some people might be relieved to see that Kukuruk is also there, and
Okay.
he starts, walking towards your ship as well as the others.
I send him a
And
little force through the force mental greeting.
he responds back and says, "It's good to see you all unharmed."
I wouldn't say unharmed, but One Piece Master.
Well, you were off to take care of some pirate.
I'll tell him privately through the force by saying the pirate threat on Osis is dealt with, Master.
That's good to hear. At least there will be no thieves skulking around this place.
But when the talks go up and running, Master, there's something I wish to discuss with you in private. Very personal and very sensitive manner.
Mm, very well, he says.
Also, probably should get Bo-Katan on this conversation as well. I might need to ask a favor from her.
That
By the way, Neo, well, respecting the conversation of that, he's looking for to see if he sees Frelis at any place.
Yep, he's there as well. He was on the same transport that Cook was.
When he sees a chance, he gets close to him and says hi. First of all,
Frelis claps you on the good shoulder because he notices the bandage and goes,
thank God.
"Good to see you, One Piece kid."
Yeah, I am thankful to be in One Piece. Listen, we might need to ask a bit of help here. There's a reason to why I have the wound on that shoulder, and well, like you could expect, it's trouble.
And and when you say that,
Mhm.
that
I
and then you
yeah,
say
go.
that the Twi'lek is
I didn't mean I didn't mean
Starting,
for her to.
looking around
Okay.
Frelis,
curiously.
Frelis gives one look at her, looks at Frelis with his mask. He's got his
Hmm.
helmet on, but Neo can know knows he's got that expression under his
Hmm.
helmet going.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I definitely that Relic used to be part of the Assassin's Guild. She tried to get out there after her. We in exchange to help us to see if she can find more information about the topic that we told you about regarding that scientist. We told her that we will help her, and we're hoping that maybe some information you have could help us, deal with the assassin skills after her, and then she could and hold her another bargain and help us with the scientist.
The boss is kind of busy talking to your Jedi friend at the moment, but
Mhm.
as soon as she's got a minute, I'll bring it up with her.
Thank you. I tell him and I say, so besides getting to relax and being the in between Bossman and Master Jedi, anything interesting? And he starts trying to make right now casual talk with Fralish to just relax, so it's not necessary to roleplay that.
Yeah. Thank God
Yeah,
for my throat.
they they get around
Mhm.
to small talk.
Yeah.
And she was amazing like this.
You don't say. Wow, I didn't thought about that.
And while Neo and Frelisk are talking about whatever,
Stuff.
yes,
and
one of the
things.
Mandalorians approaches Ketch and Elena that are, on the
Mhm.
forefront, and he asks, "So, we've heard that you have the crystals."
Elena just that sort of almost sort of streaks everything by opening her robes and showing the crystals. Got him. I could give you a 20% discount on this one. Get a little bit of dust and that just get a little taster.
Can we insert here the give me a second before you go, Mirs. Can we insert here the Resident Evil merchant voice of "Welcome"?
This is not true.
Welcome, Ethan Winters.
Yeah.
Okay, so he says, "That's good. Uh, I'll inform the boss right away then."
Mhm.
Thank you. Also, pass on a message for me. My master and I need to talk to her on something extremely important. Extremely important.
Okay, will do. And you're relaxing there for a
Mhm.
few hours more, and soon enough, a new ship arrives, and you can see
Mhm.
that it consists of night owls inside, personal friends of Bo-Katan, and herself, of course.
Mhm.
She arrives as
Mhm.
well. She approaches the rest of the Mandalorians that are gathered
Mhm.
there. She talks with them for a little bit, and you can see her looking at the bag with the three crystals inside,
Mhm.
and then she heads towards you. And come on, yes, Cloud is here.
He's exited the Cloud District.
Yeah. To make a long story short, Cloud, we are right now in Mandalorian.
Yeah, no worries.
Say hi to the chat, Cloud. We've got some viewers.
Mm.
We actually have people. Come on, it's kind of surprising. Nothing against you people. I'm happy that we have you, Tyrant. Damn it, the name is escaping me right now. I'm
Chico.
very happy that we have people, but it's still a shock.
Just to clarify, Chico, we have a running joke about we barely get any viewers on our streams because most of
Mhm.
the people we get are bots. So we are very grateful for your presence here, my friend. Thank you for coming out and talking with us and
Thank you.
hanging out.
Even if I can't read the chat because having too many tabs open will slow my from my side the internet, and I sadly can read you. And Tarrant, thank you for being here.
Oh yes, thank you from my side as well. I can't see the chat myself or the stream because I can imagine max times exploding with tabs right now, and I think you can imagine what is happening to my PC right now
Yeah,
with how many notes and things I have
yeah,
to
I can
have open.
imagine.
Anyway,
I don't need to say anything
um,
to you, Tyron. You're always here when you're not working.
yeah.
You're expected.
Come on, that's cruel.
Well, we talk every day, so he knows what I'm about.
Yeah.
So, she approaches you along with Kakaruk and
Mhm.
good actually.
Frelis says a couple of words to her in Mandoa before she begins.
Okay.
I'm not actually speaking Mandoa right now, as much as I want to.
He's not.
That'll hurt my throat even more.
Yep.
So, she approaches, she gives you a brief greeting, and she says,
Mm.
first of all, I want to thank you for going in all this trouble to find these crystals for us. And secondly, I heard that you have something important you want to talk about.
Neon nods at that and explains to her quickly the situation regarding the toilet and how they have offered to help her. Also mentioning because he doesn't know, he expects her to know, but he doesn't know exactly the details that she knows. So he also says a bit. He mentions the situation regarding the scientists and all that.
Hmm. As you are saying that, she's hanging. She's, she's hanging somewhere in the background, trying to be as,
Mm,
Anonymous.
yeah,
yeah.
as not stealthy, but
She was the imposter the entire time, guys. We need to call an emergency meeting.
exactly. And Pokatan looks at her and says,
Mm.
"No need to look around the shadows there. Move forward."
Elena actually just Elena makes herself visible to the Twitter and just summons her with her fingers, just to show it's all right.
She approaches. You can see her making a small formal, not bow
Salute.
exactly, but yes, salutation. And she says, "It's good to meet you. I'm a little bit nervous to tell you the truth. I haven't seen Mandalorians before, and I've heard quite a few things about your people. Also, I don't know what exactly is going to happen with me now, and yeah,
Mm.
just a little bit of nervous. Okay.
I say a little joke to Bo-Katan before she responds. Thankfully, you don't have to pick up anything with your mind, but to prove what you are.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's an improvement or not. Um, anyway, if I can be of any help, you can ask. Bo hasn't spoken a word, and she just says, "Good to meet you as well. I heard that you were in some Assassin's Guild before." "Yes," she responds. "May I ask which one?" Sable Dawn." "That's actually quite the group you were in." They are notorious for getting the job done, and from what we know, they are quite secretive. You can say that again, she says. Very well. She looks back at you and says, "So, you are telling me that our mercenary friend to be was interested in some ex Imperial scientist that was the head of some secretive operation."
Yes, we are still we try to gather as much information as we could, but we also informed the Mandalorians through Prelisk. We're hoping that with her help too, after we solve her problem, we might be able to put together exactly what is it that he wanted, or what is it that he wants all of this for.
At, th- at this point, Kukruk chimes in and says, "With all due respect, are we seriously considering giving him what he asked? I mean, I understand that he could be a tremendous help if he did to you people, but from what
Um,
I gather, I'm not one bit certain of trusting him or anything."
I before Bo answers, I actually look at Kukurok and Bo-Katan and go, that's something we should discuss between the three of us. I may have an alternate solution to our problem.
They both look at you.
Also, Nia looks at her a bit worried, but doesn't say anything.
Elena says, like I said, let's deal with our Twi'lek friend first, and then we can discuss this a little later on.
Okay. Bo-Katan looks at her and says, "You have my word that as long as you are here in our space, you'll be safe. That means that you won't do anything stupid, though. Is that clear?" She just uh, gestures yes. "Good. Then we won't have any problems. If you are as good as you say you are, maybe you can help us with this whole situation. So we'll see about that. Other than that, though, don't expect us assigning you any bodyguards or anything like that. We are spread thin as it is."
I jokingly nudge Neo in the ribs and go, don't worry, my people can handle that.
Good to know.
Neo doesn't say anything, but thinks, "Do we have do we have a choice?"
Elena's doing it Elena's doing it jokingly, so she's implying that you do have a choice.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, he also thinking like kind of jokingly.
Hmm.
He doesn't say it, but he thinks it like that.
Yeah.
Very well then. And Bo-Katan waves with her hand and shows the transport ship that she arrived with
Mhm.
for you and Kukruk to follow.
I followed Bo-Katan, leaving the rest of the party to talk
The
talk with Frelisk and handle the Twi'lek's little problem.
before she goes, Neo tells her good luck. Begins to move to Frelix and the rest of the group.
So, DM, do you want me to roleplay as Elena first, or do you want me to roleplay as Frelisk first?
Whatever you want, I'd say.
I'll leave it to the rest of the gang. Do you want me to be Frelisk first?
Leave the group for last, in my opinion.
So you want me to be Elena first with Kukruk? Okay.
That's my opinion. The rest of the group also has a vote.
Yeah. So, Cloud, Pika, you want me to roleplay the important thing with Elena first, or do you want me to do the secret assassin investigation thing as Frelisk?
I don't have a preference either way.
Neither do I have.
Okay,
Okay, let's go. Yeah.
I'll go on the one vote we do have in favour of one. So let's go with Elena.
Okay. So you enter the ship. There's no one there other other than the three of you. And you can see that they both look at you with expectancies.
There's another less important matter to discuss, but the important thing. Um, During our mission, we ran across a group of New Republic scouts and scholars being raided by the pirates sent by the New Republic to help reclaim and protect some of our Jedi lore on Ossus.
Hmm.
There, that's where we found our Twi'lek friend. The captain was incredible help to us during our mission, and he said in exchange for a good word with your people, Bo, he would put in a good word for the clans in the New Republic and ask them for any potential, any possible new, neutral alliance of sorts to, give you a bit more of a fighting chance. We can't promise anything, but he said he'd try.
That's actually good. I mean, most of our clans don't have anything against the Republic. Um, she looks a little bit down and then she says, emphasis on most.
Um, I I nodded understanding.
Anyway, this could prove useful. It's it's something, I guess.
I I smile at that and go, I know for a I just with these new guys, I get the sense that thankfully they won't be asking anything too outrageous from either myself or you in exchange.
I can all I think I can already imagine what exactly they're going to ask of us. You and your friends, I have no idea.
Well,
The
we'll
New
get.
Republic will want their treaties and peace trading as soon as they can with our territories. Problem is, we can't grant such things if we don't actually control these territories. So, first things first.
We'll see. We'll deal with that hurdle when we come to it.
So, what's the second reason?
For this, I look more towards Kukrok. Remember that Dathomiri witch I told you about before we left, the one that we ha- had a favourable alliance with.
He nods.
She may have some information, not solid or anything, but a little bit of information about Master Kelleran and this Sith holocron. She promised to look into that for us when we went to help the Mandalorians. Um, I've discussed the possibility of a meeting, but with my old master now posting a bounty on my head, it's kind of impossible for me to travel. And then I look at Bo-Katan. I was wondering if you would be able to spare a small transport to bring her over to help discuss this information and potentially have another ally to the cause.
He thinks about it a little and then he says, since you've done so much for us, I think it's only fair. I'll see if we already have someone around there. So, yes,
Thank you.
This is out of character, but don't forget to tell them to not refer to them as Night Sisters and all that.
Oh, don't worry, that's the next thing I'll say.
The warning, that she did give
I know.
the.
I look at both of them, and especially with Berse, just be careful what you call her. They can be a little bit picky when you and stingy when you call them Night Sisters. Not all of them answer to that moniker.
does she have a name?
Her name is Ilva. As
Then
long
we
as
won't have any problems, I believe, she says.
I know to say, make sure you're meant to tell her that you're with there with me just to make sure things don't get hairy.
Okay, last thing I want is some crazy witches hunting my people.
They'll blame
That
me
I
if
stand there for some fetch, to fetch someone.
I give her a smile, going. They'll probably blame me, so it'll be after the Jedi as well. So both of us don't need that.
Okay, that's arranged. One more thing, you said that there might be another alternative for us
As
not taking the help from the mercenary.
as I said, the New Republic captain that I encountered said he would put a word in for you with the higher ups, and I could potentially ask for a favor from the New Republic from all the help I provided them. So we might have an inroad.
Very well, it's worth a try. I mean, everything is worth a try right now. But I think it's due time for us to contact our mysterious friend once again. Tell him that we actually do have what he asked for and see what he's going to say and what we're going to do. Who knows? We might have more information about him in the end of the day.
I nod.
And even if we don't actually go along with his help, let's say, this guy seems to be involved in many things, so best to have our eyes open.
Always pays to be cautious.
And with that being said, you turn back to the others. And as you're going back, Kukruk says with, says to you, this Twi'lek, you said you found her with the New Republic crew.
Yes, master. The captain spoke very highly of her and was very defensive and very protective of her. I could only imagine he also knows of her past.
Hmm. You said that she used to be an assassin.
Yes, master.
That explains it, I guess. I get some. I don't know how to put it. But best be careful around here.
I agree,
You don't say. You have to be worried about an assassin. Who knew?
I place a hand on my master's arm, going, we both know I wouldn't have made it this far if I wasn't being careful.
Yes, but you know how old people are. They can't shut up about it.
And I give him a knowing smile, going, and you know how young people can get overconfident.
Exactly. Good to see that you can finally recognize that. Maybe I'll tone down my warnings a bit then.
I give him a I give him a knowing smile and going, I learned from the best.
Speaking of which, now that you have not only the crystals that were requested, but the ones that are needed for your lightsaber construction, tomorrow I'm expecting you and Zawain for the beginning of your training.
I don't give him a wary look, but I give him a pause and kind of surprised look.
He sees that and says, surprised.
Well, yes, Master. I didn't expect you'd want to go through with this with me so soon.
Well, I don't know how much time we have, and since we have this opportunity, I don't see any reason to postpone it. Anyway, we'll talk more about that later.
Yes, Master. For now, I should find the rest of my group and try and get things on the roll.
Okay, so you go back to the rest of them, and let's see what.
While that discussion was happening,
Yeah.
Now you put the left one
Meanwhile,
in the square keyhole.
yeah, doing it. It's almost fitting.
Looks like a tight squeeze.
Very tight.
The bolt's out of shape.
Damn it!
oh no.
I
This
told
is supposed to be easy. How is it harder than the freaking engine?
I told Boo to get something with instructions.
There shouldn't be instructions for this. This should be easy.
This is the last time I shop at Space IKEA.
Okay.
So,
Sorry, Siren.
We had to. We had to.
now that everyone's back, um, Vitulik looks at you and at all of you and says, "So,
Hmm.
I guess that um, it's settled then. I mean,
Well, we are getting the help of the Mandalorians now, so how Neo looks at Felix. Do you think that we can look for a bit of information now regarding to what was it that you said they're called?
Well, the boss gave her
Yeah.
blessing. Well, the boss gave us her blessing. So, if you follow me, I can find you a spare terminal.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
okay.
She looks at Nia looks again and the assistant said, just so I looked to the information well and all. How was it that the group was called?
Sable Dawn.
Got it.
I doubt that you'll find anything of real use, but it never hurts to, you know, search a little bit more.
Exactly. You never lose anything for that.
And from my part, I'll do what I can to uncover more information about our scientists.
Sure. If you need to go to different place other than the terminal, take a Gage or Drawen with you. They will probably be your good help having your back.
Okay, I'll want to contact one specific
Hmm.
old acquaintance of mine. It would be better if it
Okay.
was from an encrypted channel so that, you know.
I can probably set up an encrypted channel.
Splendid. Okay. Oh, by the way, I'm
Mhm.
not against the idea of anyone being present while I do the talking.
Then don't mind me. I say
Don't
I
mind
will
the
have your
beer.
back, and I want and I will have your back, and I will be quiet.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm asking. Just be
Mhm.
out of you and don't speak, or make any noise at all.
Sure.
It
Hmm.
would be better if he thinks that I'm alone.
Out of character. That's super easy. Just turn off the mic.
Of course. Out of character. Uh, out of character. Do I need to roll a mechanics roll for the getting into this Mandalorian systems? I think I'm looking for the information regarding the Assassin's Guild, and another one,
Since,
and a computer one for the
That's
encrypted
since you
channel,
have
right?
since
Hmm.
you have permission to use them, no,
Hmm.
you don't have to make.
I could just log you into my account, kid.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just asking the GM if I have to roll or not. This is
I
out of
know.
character.
I know.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, no, you have full access to the terminal, so no,
Okay.
you don't need to roll something about that. You have to roll
Okay.
while searching for the information, though.
That's a computer roll, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay. So.
Frelis entered the terminal saying, "Welcome, Lieutenant Commander Frelis, second in command of the
Mhm,
of the Night Owls." And he just types in his password.
mhm.
Password one. This is the way.
Get him out of here.
Password one. It's always worked.
Uh, okay, I'm
So,
opening the use computer to see what I get. Oh, nice one. A
ooh,
20.
Ooh,
A 20. Natural 20 this is, people.
sweet.
hmm, okay.
Hmm.
So, you're fortunate enough to stumble upon some old um, reports. Well,
Hmm.
when I say old, I mean
How
from a
old?
few decades back,
Okay. So
not
old.
centuries
Okay.
or anything like
Back
that.
in the day.
Hmm.
And you can see that the Sable Dawn was active during the time of the Galactic Empire and even before
Uh-huh.
that.
Of course.
Uh, they are indeed extremely secretive, and
Hmm.
from what you can see, they are not, how to say it, the members themselves don't know how many members are on the organization. They don't know, they only know a few subordinates to them and a few higher ups,
Hmm.
and that's about it.
Nothing
Uh,
else. Okay.
you, c- you, y- it's easy to see that
Hmm.
this is a defensive mechanism, let's say, because they have no problem taking any contract
Hmm.
as long as you have the payment.
Hmm.
It's good for them. They will go and
Uh,
kill anyone.
mhm.
The thing,
Any.
the thing that
Okay.
draws your attention, though,
Hmm.
is that some of their victims
Hmm.
were caught in extremely difficult areas to be found, let's say.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
So it could be possible that the scientist was one of their victims.
um, could be,
Hmm.
could be. Thing is
Hmm.
that what the Twi'lek said seems to be true.
Hmm.
They have a way to find their targets.
Hmm.
They're extremely good at finding them.
Yeah.
We have an
Hmm.
ultra powerful telescope. We can just zoom in anywhere.
Yes,
No, not a
and
telescope. They have a supercomputer that can be hacked. They can hack you, hack your mother, hack your father,
and since
your past.
and since you had the ultimate role,
Hmm.
you find one additional piece of information that was uncovered on the
Hmm.
body of one of their members when he was killed
Uh-huh.
during a mission.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that here, it seems that there is a place, there is a shadow port, there is a specific shadow port that they have their headquarters in
Okay.
there.
It's through the Omega 4 relay.
That
Uh,
uh, shadow port means that most probably it's in no official maps,
yeah, I
and
imagine.
it's strictly for crime
Right.
business.
Mhm. Is there any information regarding where it could be located this shadow port? Not exact location, but a general area.
Roll, make intelligence check.
Let's check. Give me a second. Please don't fail me. You're my highest stat. Yeah, you don't. You didn't fail me. Oh, another 20. Two 20s. What the fuck?
Okay, so
I, I'm
Neo's just gone
super
God mode.
happy.
you've gone
Neo has found enlightenment.
you've gone
No, Neo has followed the neon side too perfectly this time.
you've gone full Agatha
You've
Christie,
surpassed the
James
Neon
Bond,
Master.
Hercule Poirot, detective mode here, and you start
Yeah,
uh, you start checking on the various maps, seeing all the
yeah.
lanes that can be used, areas that
Hmm.
you start using all the information that you can get,
Yeah.
and it
Mm.
seems it seems, and from what you know about this stuff, uh,
Uh-huh.
that there are a few particular clusters that they are working in, let's say. um, they have done jobs all around the galaxy pretty much, but it,
Yeah.
it's more prevalent in specific areas. And from all the other information that you were able to gather, you make the educated
Hmm.
guess that this shadow port should be somewhere around the outer rim, and more specifically on the upper hemisphere of the galaxy. Let's call it that.
I share everything that I have gathered and my suspicion of where it is located to the whole group, not just her, Felix, to everyone that is around here while I was investigating.
So I'm pretty
One
sure
more
not Elena.
thing, one more thing, one more thing,
Oh
because
yeah,
you
mm,
rolled the perfect
Combo.
two times in
the,
a row.
yeah, yeah,
My,
the
my,
perfect
my the
medium.
biggest luck that I have. They expect me to do low rolls the rest of the season.
Mm.
Everyone.
You also make the educated guess that this
Hmm.
shadow port is not fixed; it's
Hmm.
moving, whatever this means.
Hmm. Again,
You're
I
not
share
you're not
everything.
100% sure about that, but
I see it with like a very high
yeah,
possibility.
yeah,
Hmm.
you something tells you that I think that this shadow port is not on a planet, let's
Hmm.
say, that has,
Yeah.
a specific location, specific coordinates.
Mm. Uh, I share everything with the whole group from the information I found to the guesses that I made based on that information.
Mm-hmm.
I just do that. I just share this whole information regarding all of that. I look at her to see if she can either, add anything or say
So
her voice regarding this thing as she's the
here's
experienced one with the group.
yeah, so here's what you have to say, and when you finish, she puts up a smile and says, "Good work.
Then
I'm
I,
actually impressed."
I don't know, I do is bit confident. Neo, that's a bit confident smile. Smirk and says, I may not be very useful in combat, but when it comes to machines, I'm pretty good myself.
Hmm. Yes, I think that I've heard of this Adoport again. And since you are almost certain that the headquarters is there, maybe I could make some moves in regards to that. Start asking a few people that I know.
Okay, if that could help us narrow it down, it would probably help to trying to sell this whole thing with the saber
Also,
dome.
if my acquaintances are of no help to this, we could always go big. And going big with the criminal world means I think you already know what I'm going to say, and you're not going to like it.
Yeah, I'm
Asking the
probably
help of a
imagine.
hat crime lord. I mean, if anyone knows about these things, it's them.
Yeah, sadly, is exactly what I would like to avoid.
Yeah,
I
me
say
too
to
at
her.
this point.
Mhm. At that, when I say sadly, I would like to avoid that. I look at Frelis, and I imagine he giving me a look like, it looked like you don't
Don't look at me.
say.
Don't look at me, kid. I won't be there for a
No,
second
no,
time.
no, 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 not necessarily that he's going to help me. More like you don't say.
Yeah,
Remembering his past
Fredis has not
experience.
got his helmet off, but he's shaking his head a little bit, and he's got that sort of even through the helmet, Neon look knows he's glaring at him.
Yeah, exactly. That was exactly what I was going to with that. You don't say. Look, it was a glare, like saying you don't say.
Anyway,
The baby story only works
Mhm.
once, kid.
uh,
give me a moment. I'll
God,
be right back.
yes,
I've killed the DM. We're safe.
yes. No more emotional torture. Torture. Oh, God damn it! I can't speak today. Sorry.
While the DM's AFK, Tyron, do you notice anything on the VOD that I might need to change up for the next time? Like anything specifically around how to get my stream chat showing up better than it already is without using Streamlabs? I'm already using one. That's the thing. I'm actually already using the browser source just to get that little window up. Probably not gonna do that. Not at the moment with this. Not with all this stuff I'm going through in a moment. Oh yeah, I'm using the window capture. I'll take what I can get right now, but I'll probably try and update it for the future. I'm not a tech nerd, guys. I'm sorry. I'm an average
Yeah.
Joe. Damn it, I'm a comedian, not a technician.
You need help to set it up. I can do it. We can do it after the stream or something.
Yeah, we've got a couple of weeks to work on my chat pop-ups.
So, like, can you just call me whenever you feel that
Yeah,
setting it up?
yeah. By the way, stream while we're taking a break here. We'll be
Okay,
taking.
I'm back.
Announcement. Announcement stopped.
did did I interrupt anything?
No.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah, it's something I can always
I know.
say it at the end.
Okay. So, where were we? Oh yeah. So I think that Frelisk will be present for what's to come next.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone else from the party will be there though.
Well, wait. First of all, don't we have to do the call that the assassin wanted to do? The Twilight assassin.
Let's do
Oh
that.
yeah,
Let's
That
do
we
that
can do
first.
that.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
do that.
we can do that.
and for that, Neo will be present. So
In terms of the other
he
call, though,
does he have to roll anything to set up the channel, or be having full freedom? He can just set it up.
Yeah, I'd say do a mechanics roll to set up as best as you can.
Ooh, mechanics. This is going to be
Yes.
practically guaranteed. That's a 2, people. A 2 is a 20 for Neo. Think about that.
it may look good, but it's actually shit.
I did say that after 2 20s, I expect for the rest of the party to roll badly.
Not,
So,
no one else has rolled yet, so you're impressive.
you you do a decent enough job. You're
yeah.
confident that if not anyone is actively trying to, invade the channel, uh,
Someone might be playing Snake on the other
it
line, so
will
they
be
don't really
safe.
care.
Yeah.
Mm,
So you
I'm wondering this, and I want the opinion of the party. Should I use a force point for this? Because this is clearly important that we are not tracked down. Apparently,
you could. I mean, you have two force points
I
to
know,
spend.
I know. I'm asking the opinion of the party if I should keep those force points for possible fight or not.
I mean, most ticks of improvement are on 5, intervals
Yeah,
of 5.
I know.
So
So
you are
that's why I'm
unlikely to
wondering.
get that.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering if I should or
1 in
not.
3 chance. It's not great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably hold on to it.
Mhm. Okay, I don't use a force point then.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, let's say that the conversation takes place back in the ship
Mhm. Okay, no problem.
because you know your stuff there, and you don't have to
Yeah.
do anything too crazy.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Uh,
basically, Elena's the only person off the ship at this point, so.
hmm.
Yeah.
So you set up the channel, and she makes a call. The first one
Mhm.
comes and goes, and you see her getting a little frustrated,
Mhm.
saying, "Oh, come on now, don't tell me that he's so that busy."
Mhm.
And she repeats the call again, and the
Mhm.
second time, someone actually answers. It says,
Mhm.
"An encrypted message. Who's this? What are you?"
Reference to
Oh
previous
my god.
reference to
Okay.
previous streams.
Yeah. And here, have a break. No need to get too excited here. It's just me. Oh, Mrs. Blen. Now that's a voice I haven't heard for
A long time.
A
Mhm.
2 years
long time.
now. 3 maybe. I
Obi-Wan
thought you were
Kenobi.
dead. I thought you were dead. Well, apparently I'm not. Okay, so how can I be of service this time? Any targets need eliminating and you are having any problems locating them? Uh, not Exactly. There is someone that I'm currently trying to track down. Okay. Name, occupation. He used to be a scientist. Ooh. You are aware of how many scientists and subclasses of them are there? Yes?
From the side without saying anything, but trying to, give her hint. It tries to make signs for her to say, the empire and all that. Is doing
Hmm.
physically without saying a word.
She looks a little bit around and goes,
Hmm.
he used to work for the IDMR. That's all I'm going to say. And his name was Massad Trample. Oh, interesting. IDMR, you say? Hmm, very well. Okay, I'll see what I can do. I'm expecting my payment with the usual method. She looks back at you at this point,
Neo basically
and you
asks
can and you can
how
see
much
and you can and you
without
can
saying.
see and you
Mm,
can see her legs moving a little bit. You understand these subtle movements because
mhm,
you're a Twilight
yeah.
yourself, and you
Hmm.
understand that she's trying to say without saying anything. Can you cover this?
I'm asking without saying a word how much.
She goes back to him and says, "Okay, how much will this cost me exactly?" "Well, you are asking for IDMR personnel and all that, and you know how strict New Republic can be with that kind of information these days. Cut to the chase, just tell me the price." "Okay, I guess 7,000 credits are due."
Out of character, I ask this. I have 4,000, so if someone has 3,000, I can give it the guess.
I'm not going to be using Frelis that much, so I can give you all what Frelis has, and he's got about 5,400. So Frelis can cover the
Okay.
majority of that because I'm not really using him.
Yeah. Okay. We take the majority from Flask and 2,000 for me. Yeah. Neo gives her a finger up, her saying okay.
"Okay, I can cover this." "Splendid! Then I will contact you soon with what I find." Same channel, I presume? She looks back at you again and
It's a question to the
says,
GM out of character, and I say I'm asking the GM, can I keep this secure channel on the ship to
uh,
use for communication
"Yes, you
for
can."
her? Okay. I gave her a thumbs up, and I will be working behind scenes because I made this very hastily to make it even more secure.
Okay. Says, "Yeah, it's safe."
Mhm.
"Very well. Nice doing business with you, Miss Blen. And don't be a stranger. Actually, now that you mentioned it," she says,
Mhm.
if anyone from, my guys ask around about me, you've never heard of me, okay?" At this, he pauses and goes, "I presume that you had a falling out. Let's call it a major falling out, which means that if they learn that you spoke with me, you might be in danger yourself. So keep it a secret. You know how to do that." "You're playing dangerous games, Miss Bland, but okay. I will oblige this time, just because it's you and not any other rude people. But next time, My prices will double for you. Noted, she says. And the connection is cut off.
Nice friends you got there.
That when he got when the connection cuts, he fresh out and say, "Thank God that he didn't rise at the price."
Ah, you know, Overbrack might be a complete scoundrel, but he doesn't go back on a deal. He said his price. I said yes. It was done at this point. Let's say it's a little
Yeah,
trick that I learned from him.
that's good. That's good. That's a good trick to know. I say with a smile.
So now that's done, we'll wait until he responds.
I made this channel a bit hasty, so right now I'm going to be spending a bit of time make it more secure just in case.
Okay.
Do I
You
need to roll for that?
you can take
Excuse me.
10. Um,
I take. Wait, taking 10 could put me out of the next scene that's going to happen or not?
um, if you do it right now, yes. If not,
Okay,
if you do it
I will do
afterwards,
it. I will do it later when after this scene.
okay.
What's this scene?
So the next thing is that Bokatan will actually contact
The hunter.
the mercenary.
Elena's going to be in this
Neo will
conversation.
be there. Mhm. Neo
Uh,
will be there for Frelick in this case.
Elena will be there for her master, but she's going to stay out of shot just in case things get a bit troublesome if he sees her.
Same
Okay.
same from Neo. He doesn't want to either be seen or make a big noise, but he does want to be there for Frelick to see if after the conversation is all done, he could offer any help for him.
So I'm going to be killing my voice here. Enjoy, chat.
And we thank you for that.
I'm nothing but an entertainer.
So you enter a room that you can see that's full of Mandalorians.
Hmm.
And
Early on intensifies.
you can see them gathered around the table, speaking a little bit, let's say aggressive. And when you enter,
Hmm.
they stop.
We're not
Neo
having any.
just makes a small wave and moves to a side where Freddy can see him, and he's out of sight.
We're not having any violent disagreements here, are we, chaps?
The usual one from the Night Owl says.
Just try and keep it under control for now, can you?
Yes, keeping it under control would be a good thing right now because we might be able to strike a deal or not. So you see that everyone just stops whatever they were doing and they're anticipating a bomb making the call, which it does. A few seconds pass and a response comes back. From the other side, you can hear the voice that only Frelis has heard before,
Quick,
and he says,
quick question. How's your Jim Carrey impression? I had to bring up that joke.
"Yes," uh, and he says, "Ah, our Mandalorian friends. Good to hear so quickly from you. Greetings. You would be overjoyed to know that we have your payment. Ah, now that's good news indeed. It means that I can get down to job then. Yes, about that. We actually have a few second thoughts, let's say, about this whole deal. Oh, I'm listening. What are these second thoughts are exactly, and how I can reassure you that I'm not going to do anything funny. Well, I do not doubt your ability of doing what you actually promised. I'm asking what you're going to do with your payment. Hmm. I didn't ask what you're going to do once you are freed from the Imperial Remnant that's currently causing you so many problems. Did I? No, you didn't. And before she can continue, he cuts her off and says, then why are you asking me what I'm going to do with my payment? It is irrelevant. And at this point, Kukruk chimes in and says, actually, it's not irrelevant. The items that you have requested have not only a huge economic value, and I understand that the Beskar steel is extremely valuable and considered sacred by the Mandalorian people, but that goes tenfold with the second thing you requested. I am extremely reluctant with giving kyber crystals of the exact measurements that you asked for to someone that I do not know, and more specifically, we do not know what is going to do with them.
Frelis at this point chimes in, going, "We've already seen the Empire doing some crazy shit with uh, what if one, if not both of these items before. How do we know this is not a repeat mistake?"
I understand your skepticism. Well, it's only natural for you to fear something like that would happen, so let me reassure you that the requested items are not going to be redistributed in any way, shape, or form to any third parties. They are strictly for personal reasons. Still, Kukruk says, that doesn't mean you're not working with some dangerous people or that you are not one of them. Unfortunately, that's all I will say on the matter. If you don't like the terms of the deal, you can cancel it any time. If you agree, however, you are bound to it. I hope you understand, right? We understand, Bokatan says, that we're dealing with someone, let's say, shady to say the least, that's refusing to say what he's going to do with sacred items for two parties, not only one, and you're going to do a questionable job for us. I mean, you might be able to put this through, you might not. I've heard only good things about your craftsmanship, but and at that point he says, well, my policy is that I do the job first and then get my payment. Who knows? I might get killed. What use do I have of my payment then? Nothing. I wouldn't want to strip my clients of the precious resources without reason.
This is
Anyway,
Frelis chimes in before he finishes. That's all well and good, but as as we've already said, we only know your shading, you and everything else. You don't expect us to instantly jump at hiring someone, even someone so good as we've heard, or just on reputation alone. It's natural that we would need some assurances.
Assurances. Now that's a problem. What assurances could I give you that you won't dismiss at this point? It's pretty clear that you are a little bit paranoid about this whole situation, not without your reasons, of course. What I can say is that I'm not going to build any Death Star or any of the like, if that's your fear. And Kukruk says, my fear is not what you're going to build, but what you're going to do with the crystals. They're not just some mineral, they have a will of their own, if you like. There is a small pause from the other side, and then a response comes and says, hmm, we're dealing with another remnant then. We are not only have remnants of the Empire, but of the Jedi Order, it seems.
Elena just freezes and just gives Crook a be careful look.
I
Neo
assure
is
you,
very tense at his knowledge right now. If he was just, there for support, now he's tense. That's all.
hmm
I'm not saying
well,
anything either.
well, Master Jedi, I presume that that's what you are. Uh, I'm not very familiar with your rituals and traditions. I've read quite a lot of them because in my line of work, someone should be prepared. So, please enlighten me what exactly is your problem with me getting these crystals exactly. As I said, they have a will of their own, they are more of living organism and they should not be mistreated. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Jedi Order was using these crystals to build weapons. Is that not considered misusing them? They freely give themselves to us. At this point, you can hear a small, not chuckle exactly, but a small, something like a chuckle from the other side, and
Uh-huh.
goes, or at least that's what you think. Or are you telling me that you have actual conversations with a piece of crystal there? At that point, Kokruk, not he doesn't lose his patience, but he says a little bit with, you know, more toned voice. I won't have some anonymous scoundrel telling me anything about the kyber crystals and the order in general.
At this point, hearing her master's tone, Elena doesn't open her mouth at all. Sends a little, she sends a little calming energy into her to Crook, just pulling him back, going, "Peace, master. There is no emotion."
Hearing Kirkwood's voice rise a bit, that Neo's tension grows even bigger. He won't react or move, but because it isn't his place, but still, it feels like this guy is probably even more dangerous than he thought it could be.
And Kukruk says with a more with his calm voice again, you might not have intention of doing anything bad with them, but if you mistreat them, they could do more harm to you and everyone else around. They will become unstable. And the kyber crystal of these measurements could cause quite a big explosion. So, there you have it. Noted. I already knew of that. The Empire built an entire battle station using them, and they were quite adept at making sure that they wouldn't blow up.
At this, when he hears that, Neo immediately begins to think about the scientist, because or someone like that. He comes to mind. To him, he doesn't say anything, but immediately that person comes to his mind.
Hmm. I have one question, and this is an important one. Can you tell me a little bit more about safely using them then? Perhaps if I can see you up close and we can speak face to face. Hmm. You know, I hear you speaking about these crystals all this time, and I can't help but wonder, Master Jedi, do you really know what these crystals are? At this point, Kukruk begins to lose his patience again, just a little, and says, "Better than you.
Elena again.
Impressive,
Yeah. Again, Elena sends some calming energies to her master.
impressive. We merely began, and you have already lost the argument. I have nothing more to say on this matter. As I said before, you are free to cancel this agreement at any time. I haven't done anything, you haven't done anything, and no harm's done. If, however, you want to go along with it, when I'm finished, I will send you coordinates for a rendezvous point to receive my payment. And once again, just to reassure as best as I can, I'm not intending in misusing these crystals or the Beskar steel. If anything, I intend to give myself an even bigger edge, so I won't be, mm, let's say, put out of business prematurely by competition.
The one question runs through Neo's mind that he won't say right now, but he just so you know that when this conversation is over, that Neo does have something to add to all of this.
This whole conversation, you can see some Mandalorians getting ready to chime in and
Hmm.
not with the best of intentions.
Um, at
But
this point, yeah, Frelis
Bo-Katan and
raises her
Q,
hand. So
Bo-Katan,
Frelis raises her hand to try and calm the situation to let Bo-Katan handle it.
Bo-Katan herself is just listening to this whole ordeal, and she says, "Very well. I think we have as clear as we can get the terms of the deal, and there is no point in delaying this any further. So, who says we go along with it?" At this point, you can see the representatives of the other two clans nodding with a little bit of hesitation. Yes. Uh, the Night Owls, though, and the others are still not saying anything.
Freda's
Mhm.
for his part, actually leans into Bo-Katan and says, "I'm still not sure about this, boss."
At this point, she turns back and says, "I believe we have a small conversation between us. And after this is done, no point to keep you waiting. I will contact you again if that's not too much of an issue." "Not at all. I'll be waiting." "Very well." And she closes the channel and then goes back and says, "Okay, just to be clear, I'm not going to say yes to this deal unless we find some failed safe."
Neo gets close to Frelisk, calls his attention a bit by touching his shoulder and tells him, "What kind of business would you be that you need something as powerful as these two relics from what I have been gathering from what you and Elena has been telling me? It doesn't sound like some black market or something like that business. This sounds like as if this guy is trying to go against the Huts, the New Republic, and the remnants of the Empire. This can't be good."
My thoughts exactly, kid. The, he may not be planning to build some Death Star or anything. He actually raised his voice a little bit for Crook and Belkin to
Mhm.
hear as well. Going, he may not be planning for some Death Star or super weapon bullshit or anything, but anyone who seems wants to upgrade himself with such valuable items can only be preparing for something big.
And it's not going to be good for anyone, probably, except for his allies. And we don't fall in that. Even if I'm right now just helping, my group is just helping you out of you because we are friends with you, Frelisk. This can be good for our group, for the Mandalorians, or the rest of the galaxy. I'm not sure you should go with this deal, or either, don't know, buy time just to find something more about this guy.
I don't respond, but I actually step back to let to give you some eye contact with Bo.
Mm-hmm.
She's just looking and says, "This guy is not a killer. I've talked with many bounty hunters and even assassins sometimes. I've seen a lot of people. This guy is something more dangerous than them. He's a thinker. It's obvious that he's planning something. Thing is, we don't know what exactly that is. It might involve us, it might be completely outside of our reach, or thing is, if you don't have anything to hide, why hide at all?"
Elena chimes in, going, "Also, what he said about we're not just dealing with Imperial remnants anymore. That sounds like he might be planning to stage a coup on someone or another, and he doesn't want anyone in his way." That could mean good or ill.
Hmm, that's a way to interpret what he said. What I took from it is that he was an attempt of putting some humor, perhaps. He was referring to the imperial problem we have, and he said that there's some Jedi through in that as well. And she looks at Kakruk.
Uh, at this, before we keep going, I'll look at Bogatan and say, with all due respect, Lady Bogatan, I don't think we could come with 1,000 of theories, but like you said, this guy is planning something. He's a thinker, and that makes him, in my opinion, probably more dangerous than any magic tricks or whatever it is that the Force does. I think that what we need right now to be sure that he can be trusted and that this won't bite all of us, at least on this room back in Orteos, it's time.
Yes. One more thing to consider is that if he doesn't get what he wants from us, he might get it from others. I mean, not everyone has is as reluctant as we are to give him what he wants.
Elena gives a knowing nod to that statement.
Nia just looks a bit frustrated, looks down because sadly he knows she's right.
Perhaps if we could find a way to monitor what we give him, we might be able to uncover more about what he's planning.
You mean try to change the payment terms?
I don't think that we can get away with that. He will get wind of it immediately. What I'm saying is perhaps we could find a way to track his payment as subtly as we can.
That begins to try to think what could he could put that could pass on what call the attention with the payment that could be used as a tracker. Do I need to make some kind of roll to see how that goes? Or
Um, hmm, I'd say
or
making,
can I, do a
yeah,
sorry.
I'd say make intelligence check to see if you
Okay.
can, if any ideas spring into mind.
Damn it in 11.
Yeah, you are thinking towards putting some kind of tracking
Mm,
device in one of the items, but that will be too obvious.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly what I was thinking. It's the obvious that kind of stuff.
Then one of the Mandalorians chimes in and says, if we give him Beskar in specific form, maybe we could use that to our advantage. They look at him, everyone look at him, and he
Mhm.
goes,
Yeah.
maybe we could embed something trackable in one of the plaques that we give him. There's a
Would
small
the
pause.
uh,
Yeah.
this is a question more to the GM than to say it out loud. But wouldn't you have to for that to for reforge the best car or something like that to put that some kind of tracker inside the best car, or do I have it wrong?
Yes, it will require some reforging. Thankfully, we
So
are one
you
of the few who
so,
can do it.
mm, so we s- uh, but would a metal 4 into best car survive that process?
It's going to be extremely difficult. I'm going to ask our best blacksmiths and see what they can come up with.
Mhm.
A good
Neo,
suggestion for now.
mhm.
Sorry.
Neo that the offers himself to create the tracker, saying that he would take as much time as it needs to make it as effective as possible.
Okay. And so, for now, the small council breaks up, and
Mhm.
a few hours later, they come back with a response that this is actually doable. It's extremely difficult, but it's doable.
Mhm.
And it gives the safety that until the specific plug is getting melted again,
Mhm.
which cannot be done with conventional means. Supposedly, only the Mandalorian clans know how to effectively do that. And it will take some time, so they
Yeah.
could be able to get some information out of it.
Mhm.
Frelis nods to that going and just says, "I guess no time at the present then."
Yes.
Neo, mhm.
So,
Neo, mhm. Go on.
Neo, I want you to make your
Yeah,
best.
I was going to say, can I take whatever time it's necessary to make sure it's as good as possible, 30 or whatever it is that I have to take,
I'll
not roll for
tell
this.
you. I'll tell you this. You
Hmm.
can take 10 if you want,
Hmm.
if you think that's enough, or you can roll up to 2 times. You try the first time, you might fail. You
Hmm.
try a second time. You have time to try. Uh, you know,
Hmm.
you have two
I'm
tries in
going
this.
to. Mhm. I'm going to roll one time. If that time that roll doesn't satisfy me, I'm going to go with the I take time. Then
Okay.
I'm satisfied with that roll.
Yep, you're satisfied.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
I mean, you could go higher. You maybe use a force
uh,
point on it.
yeah.
yeah.
That's what I'm going to suggest.
You
Yeah,
just invent matter
you
out
know
of
what?
nothing.
Yeah, 36. Yeah, go with that.
You're on
Let's go with
fire.
that. I use a force point.
You're the only one rolling today. You're on fire.
Yep,
You just
I
spontaneously
am.
create a mechanism out of thin air. You don't even use parts. It just appears.
No, no, no.
Well,
While I'm creating
Here,
this,
a tracker
suddenly
the size of a
Kirk.
pea.
No, 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 no. Let me make this young, please. While I'm creating these trackers, suddenly Kirk looks at my side and says, "No, it can't be because he feels that I'm doing it so good that I am using the force on making this mechanism of how good I am at making things. The force begins to support me because of how good I am at mechanics."
the magical wrench.
Elena taught her a lot. Elena taught you a lot more than she thought.
Perfect.
So,
So you create a masterwork of a tracking device.
God damn it.
As you
Yeah, yeah.
as you're doing this, I actually have a cheeky smile with my master and go, I trained more people than I thought.
Now, pride is not a good teacher.
Guys, it will give him two pluses on his roll somehow. He can create even more stuff from thin air.
Yes. Kokruk says, now, pride is not a good. Is not a good advisor.
I just say to him, "This is not pride, master. It's confidence."
Just know the difference, and then you can see him smiling and think back, you did well though. And
When Neo is done, not realizing how much of an excellent work he does, he turns around, gives the tracker to. Uh, uh, the name right now is escaping me. Damn it.
Bo-Katan?
Well, yeah. Well, says I did the best I could. I'm not sure if it's good enough, but
perfect. So, next day comes, and you can see a barrel with full with Beskar steel
uh-huh.
plaques arriving, and one of them uh,
Yeah.
is embedded with with the tracking device, so neatly that nothing seems out of the ordinary.
I
Not
mean,
even
of course, it is made out of thin air.
yes.
Yeah.
The pixie
Um,
tracker is born.
So they gather up again and they saying, "Okay, I think it's time for us to contact him and say that we say yes to his deal."
I
And
before she,
everyone nods
I
from the
look at Bo. I
yeah.
look at Bo. I look. Frelisk looks at the two Jedi, going, "Unless either of you have any objections."
Kukruk goes, "I don't feel very confident about all this, but if you are all in agreement, I'll go along, I guess. I mean, it's not that I can make a decision for you." She looks at most of the Mandalorians look at him and they
Mhm.
just nodding, and Bo-Katan just says, "Thank you for your insights and your whole help here. I mean, most of us truly appreciate that.
I
Also, I'll have a small surprise for you," she says.
I nod and say, "We are grateful as well, and as I've said to you before, we could all use all the allies we can get in these dark times."
So they make the contact again, responds, and she says, "That took a little. That took you a little while." Well, yes, you know how things are with people arguing around the table. Yes, yes, I can guess. So, what is the answer? We agree to your terms. You take care of our problem, we pay you, and everyone's happy. Good to hear that. Very well then. I believe that you will have news from me not too long from now. And that's it. He hangs up. The deal is accepted, and
At that when the conversation when it's done and he's sure that the transmission is cut, Neo looks just says, "Whoa, what a jerk!
what?
What a shock!
What a jerk!"
What a jerk!
And afterwards, now you have a downtime actually,
Hmm.
which means that you are waiting for Ilva to arrive, and you're waiting for news
Yeah.
about this whole situation as well.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
that means that we can fast forward it a little bit.
Uh, more like a question. This is more of a doubt. We don't hear anything from any of the people either searching information for us or anything like that, right?
That's what I mean with
Hmm.
fast
Just
forwarding.
making sure. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh, we skip directly to this point. So, first thing first. Now it's a good time to do the level up because you'll have almost a month, which means that
Almost a
Mhm.
month. No, I want to go hunting. Not ready.
I,
yes,
I have already done my level up, so I'm
I
which
done
means
same.
with that.
which means that Neo and
Mhm.
Ketch can take some training with Mandalorian pilots, technicians, and the like,
Mhm.
plus some lessons with shooting stuff.
Mhm.
Frelis will personally
Mhm.
give you those lessons.
Uh,
Wait,
the way,
that's more of a question. That's more of
yeah,
in between stuff, or does it affect or
it's in
stats or
between stuff.
anything?
It's in between
Yeah.
stuff.
Okay, okay.
And
Okay.
Elena and Zawayne receive actual training from Kukruk, and
Mhm.
at the end of it, you will be able to construct your lightsabers as well,
Mhm.
Mhm.
because now you have everything you need.
Yep.
Mhm.
At this, Elena is actually out of training with her master, allowed giving Bo-Katan to close ally, and obviously knowing having contact with Jedi before, she invites Bo-Katan to actually witness this ritualistic event, if should she wish to.
Okay. Oh, also something before we go to all this.
Oh,
Once the
um,
yeah,
I was going to say that Neo obviously asked if he can see it because mechanics. Fine, he wants to see
Also,
how this weapon is created from zero.
Marissa, I'm going to send you a quick DM just
Mhm.
between us with a quick question I've got.
okay. So uh, when the deal is struck, pretty much, and you are getting
Mhm.
back to your
Yeah.
ship, to take some rest and all that stuff.
Hmm.
The Twi'lek actually wants to speak with all of you,
Okay.
and she says, "I'd say yes,
Okay.
you could. I mean, construction of a lightsaber is the final part of it.
Mhm.
There's that, and I'm also thinking Elena's trials through surviving out there on her own for 6 years will obviously impress Crook as well. She's
Yeah.
she's basically done
Oh.
pretty much most of the Jedi trials at this point.
The most important part is that she actually found a way to, you know, not lose herself
Yeah, so that's why I'm thinking we might get.
between everything that has happened. So,
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking we might get two ceremonies today.
Okay.
and yeah, she sees you, everyone gathered up, and she says,
Mhm.
"Okay, I would like to formally thank you all for, going out of your way somewhat to help me with uh, the not so little problems that I have, and actually supporting me with the rest of your friends, let's say, acquaintances, allies, all that. I really
Neo,
appreciate it.
mhm. Neo that just smiles at her and moves his hand as if it doesn't really matter. Says, "Don't worry about it. It isn't like you aren't helping us also."
Yeah, that's true, but still, I mean, you seem like good people, and that's a relief.
Yeah,
So
it
I
could be both
think
can be
I,
horrifying.
yeah. So I think I haven't formally, you know, introduced myself to you. So you've already picked my name from here and then, mostly from, um, come on, Captain Nosk.
The captain.
But yeah, let's uh, go on with the formalities. My full name is Daisa Blen. It's good to see you, meet you, do whatever. And
Yeah, that's is good. Extends his hand to her, getting close as he has to her. Says, "Neo, a mold
I give a Jedi.
grammar isn't."
I give a formal Jedi nod,
Mhm,
going. You already know
mhm.
me as Padawan Elena Satrika Hawk. The big whippet in there is my master, Kukruk.
she, she actually laughs at that. Yeah, she gives her hand to everyone and says,
Mhm.
"Okay, it's good to see that I have people that I can trust for a change around."
It's
And
always nice that he says with Neo with a smile.
oh my god, the mercenary is calling me to say what happened with the job. Give me a minute.
Okay,
Phone call. That means.
okay.
We've killed the DM again! Quickly! Announcements time! So while the DM's away,
Go on, Cloud.
this is for everyone in the chat, as you as well, Tyron. So please listen. We will be taking a 2-week hiatus because our friend Pika will be on a little road trip and
Vacation.
having a bit of fun.
Mhm,
So we will either be not streaming at all, or I might try and organize some Among Us games on the
mhm.
to stream those. We haven't played the new map in a while, and I think we're all interested in that. So I'll see what I can
Or
organize
why
in the
not?
back. I can see. I'll see what I can organize in the background, but
Mhm.
more than likely we might not be streaming. If we are streaming at all, it will be Among Us, and we might do some role play in that as well. So please join us then, if that's the case.
And don't worry, Cloud will still be in the Cloud District while all of us are here.
We'll obviously
And
point him out as the imposter because he's always going to be extremely silent, not doing anything until he actually kills someone.
wait, what? It was actually a short call, so
Don't worry,
that's good.
Mm.
I just got an announcement out of the way, so we don't have to worry about it at the end of the stream.
Oh, okay.
Mhm,
So what's left? Yeah. After a week,
mhm,
you get a call from uh, Dice's acquaintance, Avibrak,
mhm,
and he says that he has a few information that
mhm.
you might find interesting. His
Okay.
information is that Thramble was working for the IDMR for up until the Empire crumbled, and
Mhm,
after this point, he pretty much became a ghost. He
hmm.
went completely off the map. Um,
Okay.
his gut says that he's not dead because if he was dead, someone would have caught wind of it, or
Mhm,
if someone killed him, you know, they took care of the body and no one found it.
mhm,
But at the same time, as I said before, he gut tells him that he might be still around in hiding somewhere. Who knows?
mhm,
Um, and not dead because if they were going to kill him, like Simonil before him, they would leave his body somewhere to be found. You know, they wouldn't bother because they didn't bother with Simonil as well.
mhm.
Uh, That actually, Daisa says, yeah, she finds it oh, very probable that that would be the case. And from what she says, it doesn't seem that she believes this was a job from the Sable Dawn.
Mhm. Okay.
After she has found a few more information about Simonil's death, he says it doesn't seem that someone from uh, her organization did it. If anything, Simonil's cause of death was strangling, which is
Strangling.
something very unusual for the Sable Dawn.
Elena pauses for a second and says, "It seems either like an inside job or maybe the Empire hired a bounty hunter to take him out."
Maybe.
Neo looks at her, Elena, and says, "I, I'm not very known about the force and all that, but I do remember hearing rumors and stories about how a lot of the failures that the Empire soldiers had ended with people being strangled by Vader. Is that a normal thing for the Empire to do, or could it be related to the magical, the
Small
force?
disclaimer. Small disclaimer. When I say strangled, I mean strangled with,
Actual
there
hands.
were bruises.
Oh, okay, okay,
It
okay,
was
okay.
an overly friendly hug around the throat.
Yes, exactly.
Neo still asks the same question because of that.
I wouldn't know personally. My master would have more insight on that, but from what I can gather, when the Sith used to do this sort of thing to their victims, the Force does never leaves a mark. From what we can gather, the victim had some bruises. That seems to me like an actual assassination attempt. Like someone with highly trained skills did this, not necessarily using the Force.
And
Mm-hmm.
although, although he couldn't track down Trample,
Mm-hmm.
he was actually successful in finding who's the most likely candidate of sponsoring the secret project that the scientists were working on.
Mm.
But
And mm,
he's requesting 12,000 additional credits for this information.
okay, Neo does just have 2,000.
I can't spend.
Okay, so what work do you want us to do to make that money?
No, no,
Yeah.
no, no.
All right, we got some birds.
First of
Flip.
all,
We've got orders
yeah.
coming in.
Look,
Okay,
those
okay.
burgers can't flip themselves.
It's
Wait,
time
wait.
to open that Max Skywalker.
Yeah. And then it's got to work for tips.
Okay, seeing as how it's clear that the rest of the party is not even trying to, see if we can gather the money or not.
I mean, I already gave you all
And
of
Neo,
Frelic's money for all
yeah.
of Frelic's money for
No,
the
no,
last
yeah,
deal.
I know phrase is dry, and I'm almost dry of money.
Elena and
So Neo
Juwayne need their money
will,
at the moment, so yeah.
yeah. So Neo will look at the name is escaping me right now. God damn it! Why does Star Wars has so hard names? I mean, I'm bad in bad names. Opposed to that,
Darina Bren, I think.
Darina, Darina, yeah, Darina is
Who?
He's like
the Twilight Girl.
Oh, Daisa, Daisa.
Daisa. Okay,
Dyson.
he
She's a vacuum cleaner.
he looks at Daisa and says, "Do you think that you can make him a deal where we help him with something to do? Okay, to pay the the cost of the information?
Mm, the response, well, yes. She asks, and the response is that when you get the money, I will give you the information.
Neo goes to Felix and explains the situation to see if he can find some not necessary money out of the Mandalorians, but some work that he could do to earn that money.
Well, that's an option too.
I'm not working for tips.
You could ask.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Basically,
He could
I'm going
ask,
to
but
ask the Mandalorians
nothing that requires
if they know
Elena to work for
any kind of.
tips.
Give me a second. If if they know any kind of job that could give us that money for the information.
Hmm.
Actually, we do have people on the chat cloud.
Roll gather information.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you expect? My highest roles are mechanics, technology, and computer.
You actually take an automatic boost on that roll because you already know Frelisk and you can always ask him as
Okay.
well and he will make his inquiries. So that's
That's what I'm
helpful.
doing. That's the first thing I
Yeah.
said. So
So there are a few that are willing to pay you good money for helping them with mechanical stuff.
okay.
Using your expertise, putting your expertise
Oh,
to good use, pretty
Obviously,
much.
alright.
it's not a problem with them because Fresk is vouching for you, and
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
kind of high up in the. He's high up in the ranks, especially with the Night Owls.
Hmm.
So you
Hmm.
can actually gather the money. It will take you a few weeks to do that, but you will be able to.
Mm, Neo basically tells them that he will do the jobs to get the money, and he will take those whatever those weeks he will ask the party if they are willing to wait those weeks while he does those works for the information.
Elena says, "Well, I'm pretty sure Bo wanted me for something along with my master, so yeah." And we've also got to wait for Ilva to arrive, so we've got plenty of time.
Hmm.
Hmm. So next stop is Ilva's arrival. One, since you mentioned it.
Elena's actually going to go meet her at the docking bay personally.
So you
Neo
can,
is working, so he's
yeah,
not going to be seen until he finish all the works for the money.
you can see the witch arriving, looking around, taking in the view.
Hmm.
Uh, you can tell that she's curious about everything that she sees right now. And she approaches and goes, hmm, these Mandalorian people are an interesting bunch. A little bit stiff, though. They would feel right at home on Dathomir.
I give her a little chuckle, going, "Don't worry about them. Mandalorians are honourable folk. They don't do you dirty if you keep your deals."
Hmm, good to know. They were respectful, I'd say. No, indifferent is more like it. Actually, I like that. They didn't bother me, I didn't bother them. I prefer it this way.
We could all use a bit of peace and quiet every now and again.
You can say that again. So, where's this Jedi, I guess?
I forgot to mention that. I think Elena's actually kind of really glad to see Ilva after all this shit, so she probably gives her a hug.
Okay. She she's a little bit, not knowing what to do exactly, but then she hugs you back and says, "Yeah, it's good to see you again, kid."
I chuckle, going, I barely know how to do this myself.
Yeah. So where's this Jedi? I want to see what he has to say.
Speaking of good, that's a good thing you should ask. I'm due for a training session with him any minute. If you'll follow me, I'll take you to the training hall the Mandalorian leadership has set up for us.
Oh, great. So she actually sees Kukruk. Kukruk
Mm-hmm.
sees her. He approaches. You know, they both make a formal greeting to each other, and then she says, "I've heard quite a bit about you, and I want to thank you for the help you gave to Elena and her friends." Well, it was nothing. I mean, they were more of a pain in the ass for me, more than anything else. But okay.
Elena's just there chuckling off to the side.
And he says, "Yeah, joking aside, I really mean that. If it were not for you, I shudder to think what would have happened." Yeah, so anyway, I hear that you are an actual Jedi Master or something, which means that I might be able to have a normal conversation with your people for a change. I'm looking forward to it. I've heard that you are a witch from Dathomir, which means that you'll have some interesting things to say, and perhaps we can help each other understanding some things that we previously might have been a little bit blind ourselves. Yeah, actually, that sounds nice, he says. I'm looking forward to our conversations. And soon, and sure enough, you can see that they have a lot of conversations during the time that you remain there. I mean, during the
Most
two
of them
weeks.
are most of them are about force bugs.
Yes.
Oh
um,
God.
a lot of the time Elena's in part of these conversations as well, but sometimes she'll actually go off to the side to let them talk and actually help Joanne with his training.
Okay.
By the way, I also want to find a job to do while we are, to gather some money, if it is possible. I
Hmm.
hopefully on Mac Skywalker, yes, but anyway.
I'd say
You
Elena's not.
sure
I'd
you
say
sure want Max Skywalker? You could do much better.
You could actually help with what Neo is doing. I mean, you're quite good at dismantling things.
yeah. I'd probably say
Dismantling, you don't
yeah.
say.
I'd probably say on Elena's part, she's not going to do any job. She's well, I think when she's not training, when she's not with her master or Elvis, she's
I,
probably with Bo Katan, just trying to work some things
I
out.
yeah, I don't think my characters want to sit around and do nothing. So,
I'm not one
um,
either, but I think Elena's more adept at helping Bo Katan with negotiations rather than anything else.
Mhm,
So,
mhm.
what information Ilva was able to acquire from speaking with the clan mothers and all that is that this first vision that you had, there was something a little bit worrisome about it. And I don't mean the scenery.
Something, just something.
As she
Yes.
mentions that, I actually turn to my master and actually give him the full
Mm.
lowdown about what we experienced on Dathomir.
Yeah. Uh, what the clan mothers agreed upon is that it seems that there was some kind of will behind all of this. Not driving the Force vision itself, but it was included in it, if that makes any sense.
Well, of course. Didn't you hear about all those bodies?
Are you saying this might be some Sith ritual that we witnessed?
It's most definitely some kind of Sith ritual.
There
Kukruk,
wasn't any doubt.
Kukruk says, he said, Kukruk
Th-
says,
th- There, there wasn't any doubt that it was a Sith ritual.
Elena's saying this because she's a Padawan, not because I'm being
I mean,
stupid.
I mean, maybe they were making Miss MC Skywalkers there, like it was a secret recipe. Who knows?
yeah.
That would explain why Place Window is a better place.
Hey, don't you go insulting my McSkywalkers.
Welcome to the dark side. Enjoy your delicious Kentucky fried corpses.
Oh god.
The most
Darth
worrisome
Colonel will be interested to see your proprieties and your 11 greens and spices.
And the worrisome part is at the end of each individual, come on, vision, the chamber with the bodies or the treasures or the worshippers that Ilva saw, because it was different for each one of you.
Yes.
It seemed that this was, let's say, the trial, um, the thing that was going to have the most impact, and the red thing, crystal or whatever it was, it spoke to each one of you,
Mhm.
and Elena knew from the very beginning that it was something extremely dangerous, and she tried to leave the place, and the bodies rose up and tried to prevent her from doing that. Well, to be specific, they tried to kill you,
Yep.
to make you one of them.
I've got a weird question. Is it possible? I know it's not really.
To learn this power.
No, no. I don't mean.
Of course. Of course.
Not from a Jedi. Actually, it's even though we don't have the materials for the ritual on hand, is it possible for Elena to use the Force to link her mind with her masters and actually show him what she saw on Dathomir?
You can send the images, not exactly what you experienced, because
Yeah,
let's face it, it was mostly on your head, in your head. So
I will say to my
Mm.
master, just to help you understand a bit more what we're dealing with here. I can't show you exactly what I saw during our ritual, but if you would open yourself to the Force and clear your mind, I will try and transmute some vivid images and recollections of what we saw on in the Dathomir ruins.
mm. Well, you do that, and uh, the summary of this whole situation is that the most worrisome out of them all was with Jawain, because you knew from the very beginning that something is not right, and you tried to get
Mm.
away. Ilva knew from the very beginning that's obviously a trap. So she looked around, And when she had checked the whole place, she was okay. I guess I'll have to to bail now
Hmm.
to break the vision. And but Jagwain actually approached and started collecting the treasure, and then the crystal spoke and said, "You
Yeah.
can have whatever you want."
Elena actually wakes up again, shuddering after recollecting that, and she says to her master, "All three of us experienced something similar, yet also something completely different. My main concern was from all this is Joanne. He doesn't have the same discipline and training as Ilva and I do. We're worried what this might do to him."
At that point, Ilva says, "I'm not so sure about that. I mean, he didn't get um
Brainwash.
yes, not brainwashed. He didn't get seduced by it, let's say. His response was, "But I don't want anything. I just want, the shiny things."
I agree with you there, but unfortunately, the temptation will always be there. It's not just going to
Yes,
go away.
that's true. Anyway, I think it's quite obvious that the more time passes with this holocron on Kelleran's hands and whoever else put him on this path is going to be worse for us. So we have to do something about it.
And I give one knowing look to my master and just say, not only for our sakes.
Yes, indeed, he says. We have to take care of this. I believe that I will do my own research pretty soon after we're done with your training, of course.
And what would you have me do, master?
I think that we should be more energetic. They're not going to come to us, so we have to go to them.
I nod.
Out of character, I have to say this. Are we really going to the Empire? Basically trying to make a trap for them. Are we really in that mindset or with the resources to do something like that?
We're not doing this right now. I'm pretty sure we're smart enough not to go gung ho with my own crew. I'm pretty sure we
Dang
could
it,
have.
I already booked
Yeah,
ticket.
but still.
I say I nod and I just look to my master. But of course we can't do that without allies or any sort of aid. My crew is not strong. Just my crew alone is not strong enough to actually set a trap for the Empire.
No, certainly not, he says. But we must collect as much information as we can about adversaries and such, and then we'll see what we're going to do about it. But yes, the longer that they have this thing on their possession, the more uneasy it makes me.
I concur, master. I could feel I could feel Kaleran's spirit right now. The longer he stays around this holocron and whoever got him to it, the more twisted he becomes. He is far from the man who wanted to go help Master Voss deal with this thing so many years ago.
Yes. As I said before, I don't think that he's really gone. Um, there is there must be a way to remind him of who he actually is.
I nod. If Master Voss could bring himself back from the dark side, there must be a chance with Killeran.
That's the spirit, he says. And remember, people that go into the dark side, they are not evil per se. At least they don't start as such.
I'm
That
waiting for the
might.
moment where the witch jumps a bit and puts a bit of, the guy wasn't at least when we met him in this state of he can't turn back. I think that she will have sensed that. So we need to put a bit of reality here.
And he says, people that go to the dark side are troubled people. We should find what is troubling them and try to mend it rather than outright killing them. At least that's what I think.
I concur, but
And
I
at this point, uh, Ilva chimes in and says, "Yeah, you can say that again for the Night Sisters. They never listened. Oh, and they were indoctrinated children from the very beginning. Not that the other clans are very different in that regard. And now that I think of it, your order is not that different as well. Is it some kind of trend that all Force users must be brainwashed from children or something? That's worth considering," she says to herself.
I chime up and say, I mean there are some rare exceptions, but not even we can agree with everything our order stood for.
That's a conversation for another time. We'll leave it for now. We have more
Is it?
pressing matters, he says.
I agree. And I look at Elva. Go, thank you for bringing up the conversation. It's something definitely worth speaking to when the time is right.
Yes. I believe the more I think
Which
of
is
it,
never.
yes, I believe the more I think of it, it was a blessing for me to be an outsider to most of these traditions. Even the traditions of the witches. I mean, the way that I met my foster mother was. I mean, you already know the story. Anyway, we'll speak about that again another time. Troubled people. I just saw it, Cloud.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
This is the exception.
Well, I would say it is the rule of one.
It is the role of the ship. It is the role of the ship. Uh,
Once more, the Sith will rule the Twitch channel, and we shall make streams.
And have unlimited pancakes.
so one day, as you're doing your training, you can see that Daisa is passing through. It just stops and watches what you and Zawayne are doing, along with Kukuruk.
I don't, I don't falter in my attention, but I do acknowledge her presence and just continue what I'm doing.
Well, she doesn't do anything. She just, stands there and
And
watches.
I know I'm just saying that Elena acknowledges that she's there and
Yeah.
isn't really stopping and just not really put off by her presence. Is what I'm saying.
And once you're finished and you're getting back to the ship to get some rest, she approaches and says, "So that's what you're doing every day."
It is. As unfortunately, we can't really let up on our training, lest we let our skills get too rusty.
Yeah, I agree with that. Speaking of which, I haven't done my routine for some time now, and I feel quite.
Uh, I would join her on her routine. Like, it's nice seeing her again.
Okay. It's quite. I feel quite good now. My. Come on. My wounds have been healed completely, so I think I can get back to it. Uh, get back into shape. I mean, we're going to fight some assassins, Imperials, shady guys, and whatever else there is in store for us with you people. I'm starting to think that tagging along might not have been the best idea, and I begin to understand exactly what Neo was talking about.
Whatever gave you that impression?
If Neo was there and
This is
wasn't
just a
working,
happy-go-lucky gang where nothing ever goes wrong.
if Neo wasn't working right now and for the money for the information that we need, Neo would have said, "Thank God, someone else that says it."
Elena just gives her a
Wait, am I not with Neo working together?
Look,
Right now,
nothing
no.
ever strange happens with this group. Now, if you
right
don't
now.
mind me, I have to go inspect the giant death robot we took as a prize.
Yeah,
See, that's what I mean.
yeah, right, Cloud. Right now, you're training with me. You could be on your way. We could be finishing up, and you're on your way to help Neo.
Okay, sure. I mean, I don't really mind the specifics. I only care about getting money out of it.
Yeah, I just give her a warming smile and look. I walk and give and walk
Are
along with her
aware
while
that
Joanne moves off.
the money we're getting is going for the information, not for our pockets.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I'd say letting Joanne move off. She actually walks and gives a warming smile to the dead buffering Daisha,
Oh god.
oh
and
my god.
she gives a warming smile to Daisha, going, "We live in we live in insane times."
Yeah, you can say that again. Speaking of which, I'll be counting on you and Wayne because from what I've seen, you can do some pretty helpful stuff.
The
I
force.
mean,
Go on.
I don't intend to lay back and let you do all the job. You get what I mean, hopefully.
I chuckle. Go. I don't think the Jedi would be around if we if we didn't expect anyone to pitch in and help out.
That might be true. No matter what you can do, blaster shot to the head is still a blaster shot to the head, no matter who you are or what you can do.
And no matter how good you are with a blaster, a force push against the wall is still a force push against the wall.
Yeah, I heard something about
The force push to another guy is double the damage.
a specific pirate captain.
he should he should have learned not to piss me off.
Yes. Also, now that we're speaking a little more privately, I want to ask something. I heard that there is someone, mm, your previous master or something, that's evil now.
I wouldn't say evil, just misguided.
Okay.
Or you
Yes.
could say he's
Yes, perhaps evil is too strong of a word. He's no more. He's not an ally anymore.
You could say that. I took, obviously, I took it particularly hard, but sometimes you need to duffel, toughen up, duffel down, and try and fix things.
I see. That's a good mentality to have, but in my experience, and you see her stopping there, and she's thinking whether she should say what she's thinking or not.
Elena just gives her a look and just says to her, it is all right. Speak your mind."
Yes, let's say that you're not the only one who was betrayed by someone who was close to them. So, and in my particular experience, getting rid of them as fast as possible was the solution. I don't mean that this is the solution with your situation and him or whatever, but what I'm trying to say is that you should have that on the back, somewhere in the back corner of your head.
I nod, going, "The thought of unfortunately destroying him had also crossed my mind, but we Jedi like to think of that as a last resort option."
Yeah, last resort option. Let's hope we don't end up in this situation.
Amen to that.
Because if we do, we might not have that option anymore.
Duly noted.
And she goes on her way. Oh, and before Wayne disappears, she says that he's free to join in if he wants.
He says on joining on the what on the
On
training.
The
her,
training
on the
sessions, yes.
trainings, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm more than happy to join in. Like it will be a change of pace since I will have somebody else to train with.
Hmm.
I mean, in terms of forms,
I mean, just just training with Elena every day is gonna be a bit boring. A bit of variety would help.
it will be a repetitive. Like you're going to be using the same forms no matter what.
Yeah, like
So
I'm gonna be training with Elva quite a lot as well, so I'm gonna be changing it up as
All
well.
right.
So don't worry.
Today's training is avoid the Ewok and his giant deadly robot.
Yes.
If
no,
you get
today
tagged, you die.
Yes,
I mean, you
yes,
lose.
yes. Exactly what they did.
perfect.
Thank God
I will.
Elena's already unlocked Sarisu lightsaber form. Pew!
I,
Miss me.
I, I,
Pew! Miss me.
I will go in front of him and take no damage while I slash him a lot.
Basically,
So,
Elena's gonna stand back and just deflect every single thing Tech
I
throws
can
at her.
imagine Kate saying, "We just repaired it."
No, it's a survival challenge. You're not allowed to fight back. This is challenging your endurance. Now,
next
stand
I
time,
still. I'm
see.
trying to squash you.
Eleanor
exactly.
passed. Joanne failed. Try again.
I'm standing still while he's trying to squash me, but you see that my reduction is so high that the claw is getting crushed instead of me.
So, you actually managed to amass the amount of money you need to pay. Come on,
Do we do
to
we
pay
get
Avibrak.
do we get any extra because two people were helping?
Uh, let's say that you do. Yes. Let me
Okay,
roll.
I'm just updating my stats because I forgot to do that.
okay.
There you are. You'll get 3,000 more.
Okay.
How are we splitting 3,000 between four people?
I don't care. That's not my problem.
Agree. He's right. Not his problem.
So, once you go back and you have the credits in hand, and you can the credit chip, let's say, so you can do the transfer through the secure channel that
Mm-hmm.
Neo has established.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Avibrak says when he receives the payment.
Of course.
Ah, perfect. So let's spill the juice then. It seems that our scientist friends were hired, well, not hired exactly, they were working for the IDMR at the time, but the project was, come on, word,
Made headed.
monetized,
Uh,
let's say,
oh,
funded.
funded,
I got it, funded.
Hmm.
Was funded by an extremely powerful Vigo of the Black Sun. And my information tells me that he's a Vigo no more, if you get my meaning.
Huh.
And at that he says, you mean he's not a Vigo no more, period? Or no more dots, dots, dots?
Yeah.
The second part, he says. I see. Up the scale then. Way up the scale. And then he closes the channel. Oh
Neo,
dear, he says.
after the channel is closed, Neo begins to say a lot of bad words in. Give me a second. I look for the name of the language. The of the 12 Blacks.
Narail,
Well, yeah, he begins to say a colorful string of words in Grail.
when you're finished, she says one curse word herself in Ryle and says, "You missed
Okay.
that."
Thanks, he says to her with a bit of a smile.
Okay, so it seems that the guy that Mhm.
we we had encounters with the Black Sun. I say to summarize the situation, and we're not in good terms with them.
Do you understand what the Black Sun Vigo means? He says.
The position, no, but I do imagine it's quite high up on the with the Black Suns.
Okay, it's a representative. The title means representative, and it
Mm.
means that whoever has this title is something like of a crime boss of a whole sector. Going up the
Oh,
scale could mean only two things. He's either one of the Vigos that has a seat on the inner council of the Black Sun, the ruling body of the whole organization, or the very top of it. And since he didn't say any names, you know what where I would put my money.
the very top.
Unfortunately, yes.
That's my like. Says. Hey, better take off the band-aid first. I'm going. Neo goes and tells the crew about the like something because of course he will tell the crew.
Alea doesn't say anything.
At least
Mm.
now, she says, well, let's look on the bright side. At least now we know where to look at. I'm not
After
saying
he tells the crew, Neo goes and tells Frelis, which is the contact with the Mandalorians.
that.
Frelisk just sighs and goes, "Oh, great," and then passes it along to Bo-Katan.
He says, okay, what is it now?
Looks like this assassin guild thing we're dealing with for our Twi'lek accomplices something to do with one of the higher ups within the Black Suns. Possibly their boss.
You're kidding now, right?
I'm afraid not.
Okay. Look, your friends have been a tremendous help, but we're not going to open a
A
new
war
front
with
with the Black Suns. Not at this point, not ever, probably.
yes. Oh, the character. Yes, I agree with you, Mugatan. I wish I was there. The GM has other plans for me, sadly.
The great Aku in the sky has
Yes.
different plans.
Yep.
Freddie sighs and goes, I agree.
Mhm.
This is a very bad move.
Yes, so if it is information you need, I believe that you have proven that your friends are quite adept in finding them, so no offense, Frelisk, but I'll leave that whole situation on them.
Uh,
Hmm.
Freddie just goes, none taken. I'm sure they'll find a way to either relieve the or just completely avoid the situation entirely. I wouldn't bet against them.
Let's cut the past of the group. We basically piss off the Empire. We piss off the Black Suns. We
so,
piss off the Huts.
so to put things into perspective here, whatever the scientists were working on was funded uh, by perhaps the current leader of the Black Sun himself.
Mhm.
That means that whatever this project was something big.
Mhm. Yeah.
Also, it costed a tremendous amount of money. He could buy a Star Destroyer with the money he spent on that.
And let's not forget that our dear right now person that it's make the deal with the Mandalorians, it's also asking for things that are that big.
Yes, the guy now, the mercenary with the code name Bator, that he's,
Mhm.
you know, currently working towards solving the
Mhm.
problems with Ardus Kane and the
Mhm.
Mandalorians, also was quite interested a few years back in learning more information about one of the two head scientists, Simonil, who was found dead, strangled, a few months after he left the safety, as it seems now,
Mhm.
of the IDMR.
Yep.
At this point,
Let's just let that sit on down a bit with all of us. Yes.
Yes.
yeah, Freddie
Just think
actually,
it.
yeah,
Go on.
Freddie actually just says to Bo-Katan as well. Just between the two of us, this whole situation with the Abator and also the connection between him and the case with the Black Suns, I find it a little bit more of a coincidence that he just happens to know about these scientists that they're looking for.
Hmm. You see here thinking and says, perhaps you're right. Maybe he's found the same leads that you found a few years back, for whatever reason. Or maybe they are actually collaborating.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Anyway, there's no point in theorizing right now. We won't have any answers anytime soon.
I nod. We
And after that, we can skip. I believe that you have done your level up.
Yeah. Also, before we finish that,
Yep.
Fresh just goes. I know this is something we've already agreed to, and this is already in motion. Just be careful. Just be careful with this guy. I still don't trust him.
Yeah, no one does, but at least I trust that he won't do anything against us if we don't actually try to, you know, slight him in any way that he
Mm.
knows about at least.
We won't, but there's no guarantee the other clans will.
That's what I'm afraid of. And that's why I kept it a little more in the house than usual.
Fresh just gives her a knowing smirk.
Anyway, Frelisk, you know how things are, and even if we actually get rid of Ardus and his bucket heads, we still have the greatest problem of all in our hands, and it will become even more prevalent. And this is uniting the clans. That means finding them, talking with them, actually coming to terms with them, and deciding that we should actually do something positive for Mandalore as a whole for I can't even remember how many years now.
Not Fresh just sighs and goes. Not since Mandalore the Preservers, where the clans are united.
We can only hope.
I just give her a little confidence smile and go. Let's not worry about it too much, though. As our young Jedi friend said, we can always use the allies.
Yes. Now that you mentioned your Jedi friend, tell her that I was actually able to contact the other Jedi that I knew from days past. I'm afraid she's pretty much preoccupied with other things. She's hunting down her own prizes, let's say. There are Imperial remnants all over the place. And near the unknown regions, things get a little bit difficult with communications and all that. So, but now that I know what she's doing, uh, that's something, I guess.
Fresh nods and goes, I will talk to Master Crook and his Padawan immediately.
Okay, I informed her of their existence. She was glad to hear that a few of the Order are still alive and well, and that's pretty much it. She was hoping that we might be of some help with information, but I'm afraid we are as much in the darker seas for whatever she's doing.
Ain't that the truth?
Anyway, good talking with you, Frelisk. See you around.
Thanks for the talk, boss. I'll catch you later.
And that's it. And now, the one last thing that's left is to go at the end of this month.
Double ceremony time!
Yes.
Now,
So,
wait. Before we go into that, obviously after seeing all this information, Neo would like to sit down with the crew at least and try to decide what we do exactly because we are not exactly just looking for any kind of person. We're probably looking for the freaking leader of the Black Suns. This merits a very throughout plan. or
Uh,
idea of what we're going to do, at least.
before you go into that meeting, before we do anything else, I'd say Frelisk off screen tells Elena Cook
Okay.
about Ahsoka Tano, and unfortunately she can't meet with them, but she's glad to know that they're still around. Also, off screen, before you go
Mhm.
with a meeting with the crew, he goes to Neo going, I've told the boss, and unfortunately, I don't think it'll be a smart idea for the Mandalorian clans to go up against the Black Suns, especially in our current state.
I get you, man. I get you. I wish that you could be of help, but I get it. I don't want to go against the Black Sun, but it's not like I have a choice.
Frelick smiles at that, and before he turns around to go back to the clans, he goes, I know you well enough, kid. You'll find a way out of this.
You sure? Remember the hats, he tells him before he's completely out of sight.
I call back,
Remember that.
the Jedi kid's been useful for you so far.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough, sadly. Like he gives him a salute before they finally part away.
So, is the meeting happening now?
I say so.
I would like to, get the meeting before we do the ceremony or whatever,
Like I said, I was only
because
just wrapping up those two plot points so we can actually get to his meeting. So yeah.
Yes.
Mhm,
Well, to tell you the truth, what is going to just to put it into perspective, what is
yeah.
going to happen at the end of the month is that Elena and Jawain will actually construct their lightsabers.
Mhm.
And
So,
I'd also, Riss and I talked about a very special thing to happen after that. We'll see.
Mhm.
yeah. And the second thing is there will be some news, some important
Okay.
news
Mhm.
that might put some things into new perspectives, but we'll see.
Oh my god, we've actually agreed Brexit?
Oh God.
I had to get that
So,
joke in there somewhere.
what I'm saying is this conversation might get repeated. Might.
Okay, okay, I get it, I get it. So we can basically summarize this as we got together, we got nothing because we are sadly way in over our heads. We realize we will come back to this conversation when we have that info.
Yes, you do a meetup.
Is it
Yeah.
You
just
start
is it just a
discussing things.
is it just the crew or Crook and our Twi'lek friend
Mhm.
present as well?
Um,
I would expect every
whatever you
person that is
want.
involved on this would I would call on that meeting. So
Okay. Also, I'd probably like to say Elena wants to have a chat with just the main crew when this meeting's over.
mhm.
Okay.
Oh, the GM already decide how the meeting is going. So
Yeah, we can get right to it.
Let's do it.
Okay. So, what are you going to do?
yeah,
We'll do the hokey cokey and we'll turn around, of course.
Oh!
I mean, that's what it's all about.
of course, of course.
So, what would Elena want to say to the party?
Elena will say it after what Neo has to say because it's more of a private matter between the four party members.
Oh no
Okay.
no no no. Like I said, Neo gets everyone for uh, basically according to what the GM basically told us. Neo unites everyone that could, that it's involved in the situation for this reunion for this plan, and the GM says, as the GM basically mandated, we realized we are way in over our head and we didn't reach anything in conclusion more than, oh shit, we're going against the higher ups of the Black Suns. So move on to the Elena thing.
Elena just breathes out, going, and now we're going into a lot of deep water right now, and I know, especially on the Empire front, it's a lot of it's my fault.
At that, Nia looks at her and says, "If it was just your fault, we wouldn't have been dropped." being trapped by them. To be fair, we also had our previous, at least one of us did have a previous rundown with them, not in the good light. Like he looks like Edge because he knows about that.
Honestly, I'm not gonna fault
Mhm.
anyone for giving an opportunity to screw over the Empire more.
Elena smiles and goes, "You've all been good to me, but I realize now we're way in over our heads, and you guys all just deserve a bit of peace of mind, and especially with what's happening with my master and everything. A part of me just wonders if I just turned myself into him and just gave up, and I wonder would it be worth the exchanging my freedom to allow you guys to live as peaceful a life as possible."
I will put
The
you
answer
right
there is
there.
no. It is.
After,
Like, this
after
isn't even a debate. The answer there is no. The trade will not happen. They will not respect that. Like, don't even worry about it.
and besides, even if you hadn't come with us when we escaped that last time there, we will keep coming, trying to keep coming back to get back onto the Empire to rescue you. So
You aren't getting
none
rid of us that
kind of
easy.
exactly.
Are you sure? You would happily trade a life of and peace and quiet just to keep a troublesome Jedi around?
Lady, I am
Well,
like the only super intelligent Ewok you will ever find. I'm not getting a life of peace and quiet no matter what. I might as well enjoy what I do have with my friends.
I would love to have a life of peace and quiet. To be fair, I wouldn't be able to really enjoy that expense of someone else, especially if it's someone I consider a friend.
Elena just actively. She isn't sorry, but a lot of tears are flowing from her eyes, and
Mhm.
even look at Joy going, eh, I guess I've got a lot to look forward to here despite this mess. I mean, we've come a long way, haven't we, little guy?
The way.
He's in the Cloud District.
Yes! The way doesn't understand the word of
Uh,
what is being said.
so what? Just something to say
You
before we
must
go.
wait for
Finally,
the
peace.
program to translate.
Before,
Windows XP is rebooting.
No, I mean actually the program to translate. The translator
yeah.
that Frelisk made.
Like I said, Windows XP is rebooting.
Cloud,
Yes.
Yeah,
there he is.
Oh, he's here. He exists.
he
It's not an
exists.
illusion.
You don't have to answer. Just Elena just teared up, and going, having a very deep conversation with the crew, going, "We've come a long
Mm.
way as well, haven't we, little guy?"
He's already ignoring it again.
I will
Yeah.
say, I will just nod like that.
Yes.
Um, I actually actively look at Neo and Ketch especially
Mhm.
at this point.
The Golden Globe Awards goes to.
She just
Lena! For being depressed the majority of the time and still managed to pull through.
Elena's blockbuster performance in The Jedi Crown, played by Meryl Streep.
God.
Because why not at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She looks at Ketch and Neo going, "My master would school me for hours if he caught me saying this, but a Jedi is not meant to have attachments, but I guess you guys have become more like another family for me to rely on outside the Jedi. If the Jedi were to stop existing tomorrow, I at least would know that I've got somewhere to belong."
Honestly, I find the no attachment thing very dumb and poorly thought through. If you
Neo,
had no
Neo,
attachments, you would have fallen to the dark side weeks ago.
Neo that looks and says, "I'm into that, brother." Yeah, he says with a cheeky smile, like trying to tease Elena about Kalina's family.
Elena just laughs, and the tears stop, and the tears actually start flowing not in sadness but in joy.
Ketch is not the hero we deserve, but the one we need, or whatever the saying
Exactly,
says.
Elena just looks at.
exactly.
Elena just gives a little cheeky, teasing smile to Ketchum as well, going, Master Jedi, Master Rock taught me a lot in our time together.
Huh,
You're.
he's just sat on the sill for me, but that's okay.
Uh,
Elena just actually stands up and goes, again, this is something my master would just berate me for, but bring it in, guys. Opens her arms.
Neo
Careful, I've got fleas.
immediately, Neo immediately rises a bit, gets so he can, be part of the hack more comfortably, and tries to do the same with Jawain. He's probably at his limit already with Catch, so it looks like
Elena just
he's
uses
a
Elena
bit
just uses
more
the force.
jaggery.
Elena just uses the force to float Joanne onto her right shoulder.
Actually, no. It's far superior Jawain hugging ankles.
Yeah, fuck it. Joanne just
Okay.
trots up out of nowhere, just hugs Elena's ankle.
Okay.
So, anyway, after this is done, um,
Elena actually gives a little teasing smile to catch over her left shoulder, going, I guess I found you the perfect hiding spot now. You can hide amongst my hair. I could be a moving cover.
Again, you'll probably want to take something for fleas once you're done. I've been using a shampoo, but it's not finished yet.
Don't worry. Jedi can use the force to clean their hair.
That
but it's not
forest was
very
very
effective.
unhygienic, and I'm regretting going to it, even if I did get an amazing war droid out of it.
Elena just laughs again, going, don't worry. We Jedi have the best shampoo in the galaxy.
I don't
You
believe
Would
say
that
you.
that
work?
now, but
Go on.
The lies of
I mean,
I
I don't
have
think the
seen
rest of it needs
through.
to be said.
Catch, you must now
Uh,
say I have seen through the lies of the Jedi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally witnessed the one time Elena is a Joker.
and God damn it, Neo Dad after hearing the whole conversation goes that hair thing. Fleas can also catch a bit on the skin, so that will work on my skin too. Bit
I mean,
worried. He sounds.
Don't worry,
maybe.
Jedi hygiene is the best in the galaxy.
Jedi hygiene.
I mean, didn't like one of you guys just live in a desert for like decades in just one moldy old robe? That does not sound very hygienic to me.
Yes, that's actually true.
Yep,
Elena just chuckles and
he's
goes,
right.
we never said we extended that to our clothes.
But it's part of your hygiene.
I
Kesh is
can't.
now seriously worried about the hygiene of Jedi
Elena
and
goes,
wondering if he's not the person who should be concerned rather than the other way around.
Elena just laughs.
Same for Neo.
Elena just gives you an affectionate scratch behind the ear, going, I can't speak for all Jedi.
So, after this
Ketch
is
is gonna
done,
go to the medical droid after this just to be sure.
So is Elena.
So is Neo.
after all this is done, um, there comes a day that Jawain and
Mhm.
Elena actually get to finish their lightsaber construction.
Obviously, everyone's in the
Neo,
room.
Neo is there because he wants to see how a lightsaber is done. So from the very beginning, he asked to be there, sitting down,
I'm
looking
pre-
at what they're doing,
I'm
taking notes.
I'm pretty sure Elena's asked her master for her crew, Ilva, and at least Frelis and Bo-Katan to be present.
Okay, they could do that.
Hmm.
And because they can, they do.
You asked, so we say yes.
Yeah.
uh,
Okay,
I'm
so
never gonna. I never turn down a party.
you actually use the force to use every component just as Kokruk instructed you, and you actually managed to build the lightsaber along with Zawain. I mean, normally you'll have to roll for this, but you have 2 weeks and you can roll every single day.
Yeah.
It's impossible that you won't get it.
And of course, Elena does the classic Luke Skywalker pose.
So, once this once the lightsabers are completed, Kukurok um,
Mhm,
approaches, he inspects them, and you can see
mhm,
him nodding, uh, quite pleased. And he
mhm.
says, "Well, then, it's official. You have gone a long way, young ones, and it seems that you have actually reached the point where you can construct your own weapons yourselves. You'll find that no other thing that you will hold in your hands from now on will have such a strong connection with you as these weapons.
Mhm.
That means that you have formally, as the Jedi Order dictates, completed your training and you should be considered a Jedi Knight from now on.
Elena,
So,
Elena just looks shocked at this. Ma- Master?
well, considering what you have gone through, and you have managed pretty well. So, I see no reason to take this from you. You have earned the right of being called the Jedi Knight at this point.
Mm.
Having read of the rituals of knighthood, Elena just looks shocked and elated at the same time. She doesn't say anything, she just
Mm.
bows and just gets on one knee and bows before her master.
And once Kukruk is finished, and sees you, says
Yeah.
to both of Zawen and Elena, "I'm proud of you, little ones. Now, don't go out there unprepared because the Force knows that we are dealing with quite the situations. Be
Ah,
careful. Always remember what brought you to this point, and never forget what happened in the past."
Yes, master.
after the whole speech is done, Neo begins to clap, having the notepad that he has been using to follow what they have been doing with the lightsabers on his arm.
Okay.
But I did say that
Yeah. You did. You
he
did.
was going to be asking for to see all of that from a technical standpoint.
That you
Obviously,
did.
there's the
And
obviously the
mhm,
Star Wars theme was just sweat. The Force theme is
yeah.
swelling in massive
Mhm.
epicness in the background of this scene.
Neo is clapping, so yeah, this is supposed to be, a moment to either other characters join the clapping or just, being an epic moment.
And
Fre-
after this merry occasion,
Hmm.
You're free
Time for
to
the bad news.
to spend the rest of the day as you see fit, pretty much.
Elaine just spends the
Mhm.
entire day not speaking at all, just still looking in shock and surprise and complete elation.
At some point,
Mhm.
Dessa walks in, either in the room
Who?
or wherever Ellen and
Who?
Joanne
Sorry, I
is.
didn't hear.
Dessa
Dessa.
v Twi'lek.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Hmm.
He walks in. He says, "I hear that you have some new weapons there."
I nod.
Hmm.
You can see here. You can see a smile
Hmm.
lighting her face, and she says, "And I also heard that this is quite a big occasion for you."
This is the first time Elena just speaks. She sounds really shrilled and kind of still surprised in shock and going, "Yeah, guess I got a promotion."
Did it come with a pay raise?
Yes,
We
not with
wish it came
credit,
for we wish it came for with a pay raise. Having in mind how much money we are
not with
using
yes,
constantly.
not with credits, but with updated talent trees. Oh.
hmm
So, yes, he looks around and says, "Okay, don't mind me then. Are you going to show it or not?"
Elena just pauses and then she carefully takes the new lightsaber off her hilt and flashes it with a bright turquoise blade, showing off the dual-phased function of shortening and lengthening her blade, and gives it a couple of figure of eight twirls before putting it away.
You can see here, you can see the S's eyes following the blade around. Not like a puppet would or a kitten, looking around, more of, amazement.
Hmm.
And then says something akin to cool in Ryle that Neo understands.
If
And
I'm around there.
yes, if you're around there. And then says, great, that's great, I guess. So you are some kind of what now?
I've passed my, according to our traditions, I've passed our, our people's trials and become a Jedi Knight.
A knight, huh? That sounds classy.
Basically means that my volunteer, in a term that others can understand, my it means that I've finished my voluntary work and I've been hired full time.
Oh, I see. So, no more slacking off, I guess.
You could say that.
I think it means you can slack off now more, and they can't actually fire you for it.
um, no, I was just going to say now that uh, has she been slacking off with the Empire, the Black Suns, the Hats?
Alea just chuckles and goes, "If being hounded by the Empire, the Black Suns, and who knows what else is slacking off,
Mhm.
you'd hate to see me work. You'd hate to see what it's like when I'm working full time."
Well, considering that I'll be around for some of it at least, maybe I should be taking it a little more seriously. But hey, why why ruin the moment?
She laughs and goes, "It'll be nice to actually let off some steam for once."
Yeah, it's helpful. So, where to go, Magic Girl? Let's see what you can do next time. Smashing pirates on the walls. Let's hope I will be conscious this time to actually see it. She leaves.
Yeah.
And 2 more days pass, and you can
Hmm.
see quite a disturbance.
Yeah.
Not in the Force, but in the
Uh-huh.
Mandalorians.
Okay.
You can see them. Um, you can see more people arriving. There is a general ruckus in the entire.
Neo goes to looking for Frederick, and when he finds it, he says, "What's going on? Is something everything right? Are there trouble?"
Let's just say the big thing the boss and I need to do is try and get these guys working on the same boat. It's nowhere
Oh,
near. It's nowhere near as easy as it seems.
And while you're saying that, you can see one of
hmm.
the Mandalorians coming along and says, "We just confirmed it, Frelisk.
Fill
Neo
me in.
looks at him confused.
Fill me in. What's happened?
Ardus Kane died last day. Come on. Oh my god. I'm completely brain freezing right now. Okay, I'm
No
back.
problem.
Day, month, week.
Yes. Ardus Kane died yesterday.
That's good news.
Yes, and from what I hear, that's not all the news, so better we see what exactly happened. And you can see him moving in
Uh,
the general direction of, let's say, um, come on, the headquarters that
mhm.
the Mandalorians have set up there.
Neo, seeing that, puts his hand on Felix's shoulder and says, "Well, I see you're going to be busy. Just remember that if you need any help from us, we will need to help. Right now, we are aimless trying to decide what we're going to do."
I'll keep that in mind, kid. I'll ping you if we need anything. And I move off
Neo
to
nods at
follow.
that and goes his ways.
Frelis
Hmm.
goes and follows his compatriot to the base.
You enter inside, and you can see that most of the Mandalorians that are around are trying to find, uh, a place to sit around there and to learn what exactly happened. And you can see at the middle of this whole commotion, Bo-Katan, of course, and many others. And then one of the Mandalorians that seems a little bit not out of breath exactly, but he was a little bit frantic, let's say. He continues on and says, "So, yes, apparently it's true. Ardus Kane Ardus Kane Star Destroyer, along with everyone inside, just blew up yesterday, and his fleet is in shambles. Apparently, there was a space battle not too far from here."
I don't say anything as a reaction to this. I just continue to listen, but I take my customary place to just behind and slightly to the right of Bo-Katan.
So, what our information actually tells us? As I said, there was a big fight, and it seems that our problem is no more. I mean, it's difficult to believe that, but there you go.
Any word from our mysterious friend, or
Speaking of which, Bo-Katan says, and she brings on the table the comlink, and she activates it. And you can hear the voice that you all know right now saying, "I believe the news should have reached you by now. It has. It was faster than I presumed that you would act. Well, I haven't been sitting on my hands waiting for you to amass the payment. I was making my plans. I just didn't do anything until I actually had confirmation that you had the payment. Good to know. So there was a space battle, I hear, and Dardus's Kane Star Destroyer was blown up. And what's left is in samples and no more a threat, I believe? That is correct. May I ask how exactly you managed to do that? Well, I can't reveal all my secrets now. If I did, I wouldn't. I would be put out of business. But I will say this: a few words in the right ears, a few explosives in the right places, and problem solved. Now all that remains is the thing of my payment. I'm presently sending you the coordinates of the rendezvous point. Please refrain from sending more than one transport ship. I don't care how many you have in there. It's just my policy. And I'll be there in about 3 to 4 days from now. So you can arrive whenever you want during that period. I chose a place that's actually close to where you are, to your space, he says. And while he says that, something beeps uh, the coordinate. So I will be anxiously awaiting the culmination of our quite nice business. Until then, he says. And the conversation is terminated.
Frelis just takes a deep breath, going, a small part of me and still kind of wonders if this may be a trap. I mean, to conveniently take out a flagship of an Imperial Moth with barely any ships to your name and just a few words and some explosive.
Also, I believe he has a superstar destroyer.
As my 2 cents without the beginning, this to me sounds like, something else hidden behind that we shouldn't trust. Hint, hint.
I know.
Oh no, I think this is totally trustworthy. I have no bad feelings about this whatsoever.
She turns around, Bo-Katan turns around and says, "It's obviously a trap, but I have the feeling the trap will spring if we don't play by the book."
I agree, but just promise me you won't go in person. I mean, play it by the book, but don't play it stupid.
I agree. He said only one transport, and that's his policy, as I think he put it. Yeah, we'll be sending one to the coordinates that he sent with the payment inside, but we'll have backup ready.
I nod.
Also, I'm debating whether I should be there in person. I'm actually curious to meet him now.
Frelis also looks at her and goes, reminds me, I'm pretty sure the Jedi Master would want to be part of this as well.
Yes,
Oh god, I see where this is going.
his free to join if he wants.
Frelis actually, in a show of honor and bravery, goes, "Look, if you decide you're going, boss, I'm going as well."
Appreciate that.
I like this even less.
Okay, let's put this whole operation in motion then and get ready for it. He will be there in 3 to 4 days, he said.
Nothing but good feelings, guys.
I say we should be there in 2 days or one, if that's even possible. She looks at the coordinates and says 2 days.
Frelis has a touch of inspiration and
Oh my god.
looks at Bo and goes, "Didn't Padawan, well, sorry, former Padawan Elena taught you about potential allies in the New Republic?
That she did.
I don't know if this sounds like a good idea though, but if she's able to contact a contact within the New Republic, could we potentially try and find some backup among their people who are nearby enough to actually cover us?"
There's almost zero chance of failure.
As you
Uh,
said, play it by the books, but also play it smart.
There is. It's practically impossible for me to roll. Well, I could roll a one. Sorry, I said
If
nothing.
Like,
if we get
even if you roll a one, I don't think that is
You
the
you
problem
get
of.
only one. You get only one, sadly.
Oh
Klaus.
no, no. I mean, I'm okay with one, but like, can you even you use a force
Oh no.
point in this? Let me check.
Uh, I think I can. Give me a second. I have to check on the page for this.
Let me check on the page. Let the other continues, and I will tell you on.
Okay.
I have it open. That's
Yeah.
why.
Mm-hmm.
so,
and Frelis continues going, if this bounty hunter sees us rocking up there and scans show us with Mandalorian backup, he might get suspicious, turn on us, or just not show up at all. But if we show up with just our one transport and some just happen to have Republic transports in the system, not necessarily backing us up, that might get played to our advantage.
that sounds worth a try. Hmm. You can see that she's thinking about it, and then she says, "Okay, I will, I will make the contact. Let's see what happens. Don't hold your breath, though."
Frelis just nods, go, "I'll be right now. I'll be right here if you need me."
Catches holding his breath.
And sure
I
enough,
need to say it. I know I haven't said it in the chat, but exactly 30. My God, by the seat of our
yes,
pants.
I saw it.
But to be fair, you've been the only one rolling all day, so.
True. True.
I think we maintain that. He hasn't really failed us yet.
Exactly.
So, uh, which of you will be in the transport ship?
Frelisk.
If Catch hides, does it really count as him being there?
I would probably say I'm kind of torn if Elena should go or not. I mean, Elena will go if her master asks her to, but other than that, Frelisk is definitely going.
Okay.
Okay, all of this depends on what exactly of all of these Felix shares with Neo his decision. That's the thing. So I will need to know after this whole conversation of that, what does Felix, tell Neo exactly about all that?
I think Frelisk will tell everything in between. Just before he goes to join Bo-Katan in contact with the Republic, he will tell Neo to thus inform the crew of what's been
Yeah,
going on.
to before this day ends, will think about it, and he doesn't like this at all. So before he goes and tells Felix he will gather the crew and tells them that he doesn't like this. He doesn't like the everything regarding all of these on the Mandalorians, and would like to go there to back up Felix. Maybe if things go south very quickly to get him out of that trouble.
Elena just looks at you guys. I agree. I sense something off with this deal.
Nia looks at Kitchen Jawain because he will, and the rest of the second and the extra party members that will be with us because we are all traveling on this ship, so their opinions matter.
We all live on a yellow boat.
So
A yellow
Desha
boat.
Not, it's not yellow if
uh,
I can help it. I keep it nice and flame colored.
We all
and
live on a flame-colored boat.
uh, as I was saying, so Desha and damn it, Elba was the name of
Ilva,
the
yeah.
The
yeah,
wait, yes.
Elba. So they will also have voice on whatever we should do this, but the voice that is mainly even he will hear everyone. So Ketch and Delva and Ilya and uh, uh, Desha and Ilva and Jawain, you also matter for all of this.
Okay.
Neo won't say he will support it until he has, the vote of the opinion of everyone on the ship that will be going.
I think we've got limited options, so I'm okay with it.
Well, you can choose not to go.
But I mean, it's not a good option.
If you choose not to go, I might be. All that'll happen to me is I'm down a character. Because either way, Frelis is going.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so let's just go have an adventure with Frelisk one last time. Once more into the breach.
Yeah.
Very well then.
As we walk down a cargo ramp, I'm
Mm,
pretty sure Bo-Katan and Frelis would be too busy to tell the cook. So
mm,
on the way down, I pull my master aside and tell him what's going on with the bounty
mm.
with the bounty hunter, and we've made contact with coordinates.
Hmm.
Obviously go after the conversation. Is go immediately to Felix and I look at me as I say, I would like to go there and back you up on our ship, and the rest of the crew agree.
You sure about this, kid? This is gonna be really dangerous.
Yeah, exactly why I don't want you to go. I want to go, dude. I don't like this at all. This smells shady, dangerous, and very bad.
Sounds like you're trying to get me excited.
I can't tell if that's a blaster pack in my pocket. I'm just happy to hear this.
What?
And that wasn't in character.
Neo exactly. Neo is like, what? Like a kind of replay. Like, dude.
I didn't say that in character. I didn't.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry.
In character, he says,
Mhm.
"Thanks, kid. The boss and I appreciate it."
No problem. In a way, it's a way to relax me because if I didn't went to this, I would be worried and sick until I finally hear back from you.
Frelis just claps you on the shoulder, just gives you a smile, going, "Kid, you're always worried."
Sadly, it seems like every friend I have made lately is prone to going into dangerous situation. I say with a small smile.
And at this point, after the party go to talk to Bo-Katan,
Mhm.
I'd say at this point this is when Elena and Kukrook enter.
Mhm.
Okay. So, everyone is ready for
Mhm.
the expedition.
Yeah.
So, the rendezvous point is in a small planetoid that has a little bit less gravity than usual
Mhm.
because it's small. Uh,
Yeah.
um, Important thing is the meeting point seems to be in a small valley.
Mhm.
It's an open field pretty much. And as
Mhm.
you make your approach, you can see I'm
Mhm.
going a little bit ahead here just to,
Mhm.
describe the area
Yeah.
beforehand.
Mhm.
You can see that it's extremely foggy. The planetoid has a lot of humidity.
Mhm. Uh, just to make it clear, at least in Neo's mind, this is the show of the of Bogat and all that. Well, he's going here to mainly to make sure that Felix, if the things goes out, Felix and the majority of the mandarins he can help, but mainly Felix can get outweighed. Since this is their show, he will do exactly as they tell him to do unless Trellix begins to be in danger. At that point, he will act
hmm
Yes.
on his own accord.
Frelis
Okay.
being the ultra cautionary type, he
Hmm.
actually gives the unspoken orders for when they land to seal up to seal up
Hmm.
their suits and take positions,
Hmm.
and then walks in front with Bo-Katan.
Okay.
Okay. So, as for the New Republic, they say that they can spare a few
Yeah.
ships, but not much.
Not a shock.
They will be they will be keeping an eye and ready to
Mm.
sweep in case that something happens, and keep watch in case something unexpectedly arrives from hyperspace.
Yeah.
hmm
I'm
Hmm.
expecting a superstar destroyer at this point, honestly.
Dark. How was the name of those super powerful troopers?
Dark Troopers,
Dark Troopers.
Yeah.
Don't you mean?
Phase
Uh,
1, 2, or 3.
I don't know
I
which
think he means.
phase, but it
I think he
has
means the
some
Phase
kind of
Three
hope.
Death Troopers from the Mandalorian.
Look, it could be those. It could be more advanced models. It could be less advanced models. I'm just expecting the worst from right now.
Ah, an optimist, I
Hmm.
see.
Well, tell me this doesn't smell shady as hell. All
Oh,
of
no, no,
this.
no, I agree. I'm making light of the situation.
I just ate a
Okay.
full pack of donuts.
I wish I
so,
had donuts. Damn it.
so you arrive at the
Hmm.
planetoid in 2 days,
Hmm.
and you're keeping watch to see if anything happens. You are not in the valley yet. You're in,
Huh.
the area around it, pretty much.
Hmm.
If anyone
Hmm.
wants to make any scans or the like. Also, is
Yeah.
the
I. I.
is
I.
the Twi'lek with
I
you
would
or
like to
not?
do a scan.
That's up to the Twi'lek.
Yeah, exactly. We said it. Whoever wants to come with this, whatever, we're taking the ship. I want to take the ship to do this. If someone doesn't want to, they can say that and they can stay. If not, they can come with us. So it's up to the NPCs. We said it. I
Okay,
said it
okay,
for that.
all
Hmm.
right.
Hmm.
So,
I obviously explained the situation, so it's to
yeah,
be
yeah.
clear.
Well, he's a
I
bit.
do. I don't
No,
want to do any scan, by the way. So what do I
scan.
roll?
Okay.
It was use computer, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh my god, I am on freaking fire! What the fuck? 19.
What is going on with you today?
I don't know.
We're
I'm
making
the
him be in charge of all our roles. That's what.
Yes.
I'm rolling that loud, and then for some reason I'm having the biggest luck ever. I think I won't have luck for the rest of the year
Look,
at this rhythm.
So
the rest of us don't need to play so long as Neo just keeps doing these great roles by himself.
you make a scan. You make a scan on the area. You find nothing suspicious. So far so good.
Mm-hmm. Nothing. Seriously, that guy ever roll for nothing.
Well,
Damn it. Okay.
you know, at least you know that
Mm-hmm.
nothing out of the ordinary here.
Okay.
So
Mm-hmm.
let's just jump into this then.
Since stuff changed here, just to make sure we are level
Yes.
7 or 6.
7, 7.
Okay, I
7.
understood correctly about the level up.
Mm-hmm.
My
Yeah.
damage is higher now.
Same here.
And you
Give me a second.
Even if I took
Yeah. I'm up.
even if I took a new lightsaber, my damage isn't changed actually. Almost. I just roll
just
higher dices.
just just wait for one more level,
Oh no,
and you
yeah, I
will
know.
be, and your shackles will break.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
next level. Uh, uh,
We
next
won't
level.
get to do anything.
What? You don't even need a turn there. It's just find ability that says
Yeah.
I get an extra turn and we're fine. I
Uh,
I will
but
become
Unfortunately, there are
more
no
I
such
important
w-
question
abilities.
though: will you be able to
Yeah.
speak Basic yet?
no.
Will you be able to do a basic stuff that everyone
Speak
does?
No,
English.
no, but I will become lighting.
That's
He
okay.
can
We're
be
we're gonna
lightning.
leave you
He
at the
can
next
be
pit stop.
He can become lighting. Joanne becomes a
no,
force
no, no,
bulb.
no. Give me a second. He can become lightning. He can become blood. He can become fire. He can become water. He can become whatever the heck he wants. He still can speak English.
We're leaving him at the next gas station.
He will never speak English.
I will be able to speak English on level 9.
Also, quick question, Riss. I mean, it's going to be a bit of a painful roll to two characters in case it goes for a fight. So, would you be willing to roll for Frelis? Because if he's a NPC for this fight, so I can only keep.
Yeah, yeah, no problem.
Because I'm pretty sure I
Makes
can only
sense
keep
in a
track
way.
of. I could keep track of two characters when role playing. It's going to be a different story when I'm actually in combat.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, no problem with that. Okay, I found the meme
Mhm.
that goes with this.
Eh.
Oh God.
Yes, Joanne.
It's perfect. Oh God.
That's that's Joanne. So
Context. You put basically in the video of English. Do you speak it?
exactly. So the third day there is an incoming call from the abator, and he says that he will
Mm-hmm.
be arriving shortly
Uh huh.
on the rendezvous point. So you decide that it would be best for you to take places.
Uh huh.
So you enter the valley
Mm-hmm.
with the two containers, one with the Bersker steel, the other one with the Kuiper crystals.
Yeah.
Just correcting the position.
No, what are you doing?
You ruined everything.
You're ruining the formation. No, it's not nearly effective. As effective as
Oh
it was
yeah,
before.
oh yeah, just remembered. I always said Apprentice is just behind, just to the right of Bow.
Yes.
Second in command, which means I cover her back. That's it.
And you arrive at the exact rendezvous point, and you start sitting there for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone want to play a lovely
Okay.
round of love letter?
Yes, let's go.
Why not? Says Neo.
1 hour goes
God damn it,
by.
Elena's the princess again.
2 hours go by.
Mhm.
Pokatan is checking with the ships they have around um, to see that everything is okay. Everything is okay.
I'm guessing Ilva didn't come.
No.
Okay.
Daisa is a little bit. She's looking the area around, and at some point she says, "I, I don't know how to feel about this. It's actually strange."
In
She
which
says that
sense?
more to herself.
That she Neo ask in what sense?
I mean, I don't know this whole situation.
Yeah, I get you.
I won't lie. I say as Elena. I won't lie. I've got a bad feeling about all this.
It's exactly why I wanted to be here.
Hmm. And as you're sitting there, one of the Mandalorians goes, actually,
Mhm.
roll perception.
Oh God.
Could I use the force?
Yes, if you have used the force for perception.
I
If you
just
have
use.
force
This is going to be my
perception,
worst roll. Yeah, it's my worst roll. I said it. It's a freaking two.
of course.
Oh my
If
god,
people
nat
will say, "Give
20!
me," yes, yes, yes,
Boom!
yes, 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 yes,
Again,
yes, yes.
question: do you have force perception?
Oh,
Okay, just use on 20 on perception.
Mhm.
yeah.
Yes.
Just say nat 20 on perception.
Yeah. So, as you are sitting there, um, two of the Mandalorians, Kukruk and such, are a bit, alarmed, alert, to be more
Mhm.
precise. And they
Elena,
seem to look Elena as well. You are almost certain that you can hear something walking towards you. And when I'm saying walking, I mean something big.
Okay.
Elena unhooks her lightsaber but doesn't activate it.
And
She
which
look.
I
Yeah,
She,
lightsaber?
listen to hear if the Battle of Hoth theme is playing.
Elena just
I'd
look.
seen it. Mhm.
Go on,
Go on.
you go, you go.
No, no, I was just going to say that I'd seen Ellen unhook the lightsaber Neo on takes out his blaster and but he doesn't raise it to for combat. He just has it in his hand.
Elena says it more to everyone, but mainly to Bo-Katan, going, "Look sharp! Something massive's approaching."
And sure enough, after almost a minute, you can see from the fog emerging three figures. Eggman, yes.
God damn
Dr.
it!
I
Eggman.
knew it was Jim
He,
Carrey.
Dr. Eggman has arrived.
he,
You can see three
like the
figures
song says, Eggman, it's what I am the Eggman.
you can see three figures approaching. One of
Totally not evil figures.
Totally
Eggman,
not
E-
suspicious.
Eggman and his robotic minions. Got it.
yes,
So
exactly.
Yep.
I guess Jawen is Sonic now.
Yes.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
anyone's Sonic, it's Catch. I'd point out.
You
Catch
can
actually has
Frelisk is
fire.
definitely Knuckles.
You can see a medium-sized droid
So
that
Neo is
has
dead.
What?
big bulky arms, but it
Yep,
doesn't
Neo
seem.
is Tails.
Yep.
But it doesn't.
Elena is Amy.
Really? From all the characters you chose, Amy?
Well, it's Elena.
Oh, what else does she have left?
Yeah.
Like
Rush.
Blaze?
Oh, true
The
enough.
cat.
Blaze.
I guess.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
purple cat. I don't
I think the
know.
easiest one for me is Do you think Felix is
Mhm.
Knuckles or Shadow?
Um,
He's not Shadow.
Knuckles.
He's not enough of an edge
yeah,
lord.
yeah. He's
Yeah,
not
he's
an edge.
definitely
Yeah,
Knuckles.
Shadow has been transformed into that, sadly.
Yeah,
Sadly.
Felix is definitely Knuckles.
Hmm.
So, the figures that you can see are two droids. One of them is quite a big one. It's four-armed, and all four of its arms have weapons on them.
Hmm.
The small droid is medium-sized. It has two bulky arms. It doesn't seem to be made for battle though. And underneath its torso, it has no legs. It has just, you know, a hovering device, let's
A
say,
repulsor
that
lift.
keeps it on. Yeah, that keeps it on straight on the air. And next to
Hmm.
them, you can see a figure dressed in a black suit with a few
Hmm.
spades of armor on it. Um, you can see that he has a holster. You can see that
Yeah.
he has a holster with a blaster pistol in it. There is some kind of dagger in his other side, and they are approaching. Oh yes, yes, I agree. Catches Sonic, and when they get a little bit close to the group, he moves a little bit in front and says, "Now, by any means, don't get alarmed by my company here. Just precaution measures. You understand."
Felix nods.
So the payment then. Uh,
Mhm.
you can see Bob doing a nod to the Mandalorian that to the two Mandalorians that are having the containers. They move a little bit forward and they leave the containers on the ground and then they go back.
Mhm.
And once this is done, Bo-Katan says, "You can check to see that everything is in there if you like." He looks around and just says, "Already did." So it was a pleasure doing business with you. If you want to do any jobs for you in the future, you know how to find me now. At least for the time being, he says. Otherwise, you could always ask around the channels that you found me in the first place. Okay. And at that point, Kokruk says, "Are you willing to tell us what are you going to do with the crystals now at least? What makes you think that I will be inclined to do so now if I wasn't before? Besides, the deal was for me to do the job and you deliver the payment. Questions are not part of it. I don't see the reason." And while he says that, you can see the droid coming forwards taking each of the containers with its hands,
Mm.
and then going back.
Going back.
And now that this is concluded, there is one more thing. I stumbled upon some information that I believe that you might find interesting. He says.
Mhm.
Interesting, you say, Bokatan replies. Let's hear it then. It came to my attention that a specific item by the name of Dark Saber is in possession of some called Moff Gideon, I believe. It might be worth a look.
Frelish
Uh,
just snarls at the name.
Mhm.
Bokatan seems a little bit stunned at the beginning and then says, this is not some kind of trick, is it? Not at all. Also, I don't require any more compensation. Consider it a bonus. As I said, I stumbled upon this information. I didn't get out of my way to find it. And since you're a Mandalorian, I thought that you might find that interesting.
Frelish calms down and says, "Would you be of mind to tell us where you stumbled upon this information?"
That I can say, yes. While I was researching of effective ways to get rid of your problem, I checked a few Imperial unofficial channels. One of them contained this information. Is that good enough for you?
Frelish just looks at Bo.
As long as this is true, it is good enough for us, yes. Good to hear that. So, till next time, if there is a next time, that is. I highly doubt that you will hire me again. I can see that you are a little bit guarded, let's say. Then he does a little laugh more to himself and goes back. And you can see them retreating back to the fog,
Mhm.
with the big droid still training its weapons on you.
Mhm.
And after a while, they disappear into the fog.
Mhm.
Neo, if you want to make any checks, now would be the time.
Which kind of checks?
Do you have any device with you to check the area for?
No, sadly, I don't have the money to buy any kind of personal computer,
Okay.
data pad, or anything like that. Sadly,
Okay. So
it
the
was what I was planning to do, but you kept pushing, taking money out of me.
Riss, I can say if you want, I can say if you wanted to roll it. Frelish has a data pad and a decent used computer if you really wanted to roll.
so they retreat back to the fog, and after a while,
Yeah.
you can't hear the the heavy steps of the big droid, and
Mhm. Mhm.
you're just left there wondering what just happened.
Elena hooks her lightsaber back up, but Frelisk, he puts his weapons away, but he turns to the rest of the Mandalorians, going, "Stay alert. We're not out of the woods yet."
The rest of the Mandalorians are checking like crazy with everyone else to see that everything is okay, and everyone says the same thing. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. And then they say, "Well, we just had the meeting. We're done with the payment.
Mhm.
Um, did you see from where he arrived?" The answer is no.
Mumbles that I don't like that.
Bo-Katan looks around and says,
I'm
I,
gonna go ahead and make a preemptive stealth roll.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
do it.
Bo-Katan says, I think that we should get back to the ship now.
Agreed. Brenna says, agreed. Turns to the rest of the Mandalorian party and goes, keep,
I'm
cover our...
approaching this
Frelis
ship
looks,
stealthfully.
yeah. Frelis looks
Yeah,
at the other Mandalorian and says, stay
we
sharp. We
go
still
back.
could have some trouble on our hands.
Hmm.
Where'd
Neo
Ketch
that
go?
and Neo
One of,
keeps his gun out
as they are
still.
making a perimeter, the rest of the Mandalorians
Mhm,
around the group and
mhm,
looking around, one of them says, two of them actually saying they are speaking with Bo and they have the permission
mhm,
to make a quick check around the area, and that's exactly what they do.
mhm,
It doesn't get them a long time because jetpacks.
mhm.
They quickly return, and one of them says, um, "Let's go back to the ship as quickly as possible, and we can speak there more later."
Uh,
Okay.
Frelis,
Frelisk, you understand that this is a catchphrase of "I found
Mhm,
something. Now it's not the time to talk about it."
Frelis nods and
mhm.
goes, alright people, double time it to the ship. Move!
Okay.
So
Neo keeps his gun out while going back to the ship. He's not going to holster it until we're back inside the ship.
you're
Elena, Elena hangs back with her mask and goes, I sense a disturbance here. Something's not right.
Kukruk hasn't said a word until now. You
Yeah.
can see him very skeptical of the whole situation. And
Mhm,
when you go back to the ship and actually take off and check once again with all
mhm.
the other transport ships around the
Yeah.
area, and no one has
Mhm.
seen anything, the Mandalorians also check with the few Republic vessels that are patrolling the area, and they confirm that they have picked up nothing as well.
I
And
would like to do. I would like to do a use computer, but not checking in space. I would like
mhm,
to check the planet.
yes,
Nice 20
hmm you make a
to
quick
check the
check.
planet
Yes,
for anything that could technological, anything at all.
you take the first thing that you do once you get in the ship is
Mhm,
to use the sensors of the ship and check the area.
mhm, mhm,
You're checking, and
mhm,
may wonders never cease. You pick up nothing. And you
mhm.
could swear that you just two droids, one of them big, just
Mhm.
leaving the area.
Yes.
This is something majorly strange, let's say.
Yes. So I would like to use that roll to check, the planet.
Yes.
Hmm.
I want you to roll an intelligence check.
Intelligence check. Give me a second.
Get
Please
another
don't be
nat
dumb,
20.
right? Please don't be dumb. God damn it! I'm dumb now. I, God damn it!
So,
God damn it!
so you have a brain freeze right now. So now it's not there is a place and time for everything, but this is not the place.
Damn it!
But this is not
Question,
the time.
question, question. Would a force
I'm
point
just as
if
bad.
if I get something that gets me to a 10 with a force point, would that be
I'm even
enough?
worse.
Mm,
I
yeah,
sense
you
things,
can
I
do
don't
that.
think about them.
No. But answer me my question, Mears. Would that be enough to get
It
something
will
at
be
least?
enough to have one idea.
God damn it!
Now we get all the bad rolls. What a
No,
coincidence!
I probably
no.
need to save my force points for when we're getting shot out of the sky by whatever
Yes.
the hell's shooting us out of the
Yes.
sky.
So
So,
Yes.
while you are getting out of the small
Mhm.
planetoid, you're
Mhm.
making your ascent
Yes, Joanne,
on
thank you!
Mhm.
the
Thank
Mandalorian
you.
says,
Wait. Joanne roll an 18.
Wayne rolled an
Yes.
18. Okay.
Yes. I
Joanne!
obviously share everything. I share everything with everyone while I was, working my head off. And Joanne practically seems to be the one with not a
Wayne,
freeze brain, never with
Wayne.
everything.
Okay,
See?
so
Mhm.
Wayne, since he's not the
Mhm.
most conventional of characters,
Mhm.
thinks a
Yes.
little bit perhaps
Outside the
outside
box.
of the box,
Mhm.
and
a little crazy.
yeah, and he says, "Okay, what do I
Mhm.
do when I want to stay hidden? I hide."
Mhm. Yes.
And if the one searching for me doesn't see me, he want to
Mhm.
know I'm there. Could this be true with technological things as well?
Mhm. Okay.
So you're
So what
saying
does my
they have antennas that are, hiding
yeah.
their signals or something?
So yeah. So
Elena listens to this and then translates it to
mhm.
Bo-Katan, saying, "My little friend here is wondering if they could be using
Mm.
some sort of disruptors to interrupt our
B-
scans."
That's being shared, I'm going to roll technology knowledge to see if I can think of which kind of device could do this. God
Yes,
damn
please
it!
do.
A
Oh,
free.
no.
God damn it!
Okay, a 14 means that you know that
Mhm.
cloaking devices exist.
Oh damn it! I would have detected that with a nat 20. Damn it, brain.
Thank you, Catch.
Thank, thank you, thank you.
Okay, cats,
What
you know.
if, now listen to me, what if they used a
Mhm.
stealth thing?
They could be.
Yes,
They could be. Elena just looks at him, going, "They could be using cloakers."
actually,
Yeah.
Ketch knows a little bit more on the subject because he was trained to be a
Mhm.
pilot. Still, he was an experimental project, but still, he was training to be a pilot. And he knows for a fact that there were um, experimental and not experimental ships in the
Yeah.
possession of the Empire and the other people as well. Even the rebels had a few of them. That they have quite adequate cloaking mechanisms that makes them
Yeah.
uh, easily. It makes sensors from other ships and radars um, to miss them. Let's say.
Yeah.
So, this might be the case here. But what the
Yeah.
Mandalorian actually says to Bo-Katan and the rest of you, I mean, he doesn't say
Yeah.
it with uh, in
Yeah.
private. He just says it once you are off this place. He says,
Yes.
"So, I found a detonator in the area. This whole place, is my guess, was trapped beforehand.
Yeah.
So, either he was here before he said he would arrive, which is quite plausible, or he had arrived when he said he did, but he paid a visit to this place beforehand to set the trap, let's say. So, a fail safe in case we attacked him. Seems seems like it. But that bodes the question, why would he be there in person?
Was he in person? Neo says.
At
We
that
only saw
point, Kokruk, that
wait,
hasn't spoken a word until now,
yeah.
says, that would explain why I couldn't feel anything strong indication of the Force from him.
It was a droid in Mando armor.
Either he, either our mysterious
Mhm.
friend isn't human at all, or he just sent a proxy. Otherwise, my master and I would have sent something.
Yes.
I like this new devious person. He makes things interesting.
I got a nat 20 on that, and I still didn't sense anything. What does that tell you?
Yeah, yeah.
It tells me this guy is interesting.
In Neo at here interesting. Let's say we're talking about the guy that's making a super weapon for that could probably be bringing to level to fight the Huts, the Empire, the remnants of the Empire, the New Republic.
I like how Neo always turns it up at 100.
Yeah, that's the difference between our characters, ladies and gentlemen. Elena is cautious. Neo is paranoid.
Hey, these are materials that could make create super weapons. So yeah,
I
I
know.
think Neo is justified to think it's going to be something that could make you be able to rival
You
Dan.
no,
I'm
you
not
return.
saying that you're wrong. I'm just stating the facts.
You
Yeah,
actually leave the area. You actually leave the area, and nothing bad happens to the surprise of most people involved in this whole situation. And at some point, you can hear Boss saying, "I guess the rumors were actually true. We didn't break any of, let's say, the agreement parts, so he didn't do anything bad."
Like Fresh just says something profound. He says that accounts for him, but what if someone else walked into our meeting? That's my main concern.
Hmm. It's quite unlikely that someone would just walk in this place. I mean, this planetoid only has two bases on it, and that's about it.
Unlikely, but not impossible. What if those detonations were placed by a rival of his, but he never got a chance to turn them off?
Hmm. It's worth it's worth a check. Let's have a talk with the people on the bases here. See what they have to say
uh,
about it.
while Neo has time, I would like to use do a news computer. He would like to try to look for either proxy droids or devices that could, hide the presence and anything like that.
Hmm.
How
Hmm.
common, how hard are those to find, and how far away you have to be to control them, that kind of stuff. Anything that could indicate where he truly was.
Okay. While you're doing this, you can see Daisa just crossing her arms, leaning on her seat, and just
While
muttering to
not,
herself.
mhm.
Okay,
uh,
that's unusual.
while I'm typing the computer, I say why.
I'm afraid that what Bokatan said years, yes, a a few days,
Yeah, she has known her for years, and she's just right now telling us.
yeah, a few days, a few days back, this guy seems to actually think things carefully.
Yeah, it's exactly what I don't like.
Hmm.
The kind of person that thinks so through, that acts so devious and all that. I'm sorry.
Dangerous,
But dangerous is putting it short. Ambitious.
intriguing also.
the main problem is that these kind of persons are ambitious, which means that either they want more power than they already have, or they're pursuing more power. And the thing is, we're in the black for why and how, and if this could end up biting us in the ass or not.
Hmm.
I don't trust the New Republic to handle all the troubles. I don't trust the Empire to handle all the troubles. But both, at least both of them are parties that you can try to predict. This guy, can you get a read of him?
No,
And that's
it's
exactly
difficult
what.
to get a read. It's difficult to get a read on people if they were wearing helmets, and specifically if they are not there in person at all.
Exactly my point, and why I'm even more on edge every time I hear of this guy.
Hmm. Interesting. Are we sure that we want to go through with this whole investigation thing?
I- I'm not sure to be honest, but I think it's something. It could be something big. The Empire was related. Whatever this guy is related or not, it could also be something that it could be related to the Elena's master, and that
Would we,
sadly puts it on the target that we already have.
if
If
that's
this guy is
true,
involved,
she says, if that's true, would they destroy a remnant that could potentially join them? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to just kill the leader and then assume leadership of this group as well?
there is other option. Manipulate him with the power that you already have to force the remnants to submit to you by
Hmm.
using whatever power you're building.
I
That's
like how
why. Go
she
on.
looks at Neo and says, "I like how you're thinking sometimes."
Sadly, I have beginning to have a very big and open imagination since I've been getting into this. If we have been talking a few months back before I got involved in all of this, this wouldn't be even the close to my surfer thoughts about this. I will be just saying, what would I know about what the empire this maniac are planning?
Hmm. Call it a gut feeling, but his business and the holocron or whatever it is, the thing you're trying to find is called,
Yeah. Hmm.
might not be related per se.
True, but like I said, they could all be related to the Empire, and the Empire is after Elena. So even if it's not related to the topic we're after, if it can affect negatively or positive to the Empire, it's something that we should know to try to be sure about.
Hmm. Yes, we shall see what happens.
Hmm.
And while this conversation is going on, one
Mm-hmm.
of the Mandalorians says, "We have a reading," and you can see three of them
Hmm.
clustering at the small screen that he's looking, and
Hmm.
it seems that the tracking device is doing its job.
Okay. Um, the the information that I was looking regarding a droid, that could be manipulated a long, short, whatever distance and all that. Did I get anything with that 25?
Oh yes,
Or
yes.
mm,
Uh, there are some even protocol droids that have embedded function with
uh,
remote control.
the
So
the range? Mhm.
it's entirely possible.
Yeah, but what I'm more interested not if it's possible or not. I'm interested in the range mainly. Once I confirm it's possible.
The range should not be too long. And
Mm,
what I mean by that is you should be on the area
mm.
yourself, or if you have a big enough transmitter to get along the other side of the planet or something like that.
But it
Which
has to be
means
every
it requires a big ship with hu- with a lot of power supply.
after any of these news mothers. This doesn't make any sense, and immediately shares it with Frelisk and the others.
So you are looking at the reading. The other Bokatan
Yeah,
also makes her way through to look
the
at
tracker.
yeah, at the
Hmm.
screen, and she says, "They're still down there."
Frelisk walks in, going, Neo just confirmed it. It is very likely that the beta we thought to was a proxy.
Yeah.
I also obviously told him about the main thing that I was looking for, the range.
Mhm. I also pass on everything about the range that he told me.
hmm just to put it into perspective, imagine episode one, the capital ship controlling all the battle droids,
Mhm.
something like that. A,
Mhm.
you need a ship with enough power supply to be able to transmit that kind of signal, and also be able to be, functional.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Frelis just walks in, just stands next to Bo-Katan going, yeah, this is all troubling. We haven't seen anyone use this sort of technology since the Clone Wars. Something's off.
Hmm. I remember that the Grey Vornsker said that this guy originally came from, at least that's where he made the name for himself at the beginning, was the unknown regions. I'm not saying that
oh
we should
god.
go there to find answers. We would find nothing, my guess is, but that's something to consider.
I also said, yeah, the crew and I, before I rejoined the Night Owls, my crew and I ran across a couple of defunct CIS bases. That probably could be something to do with this. Perhaps he also found one of them in the unknown regions, and that's kind of how his legacy began.
Something to consider. We shall see. For now, I believe that your investigation about these scientists takes a turn to more important than it was before, maybe.
Frelis looks at the rest of the party.
Mm. We were going, Neo says, we were going to investigate it anyway because it's related to the Empire, and sadly, it could be either related to the holocron or the or whatever, or something that could come beneficial or against us regarding the Empire. But yeah, the idea that it was used before this kind of technology before the Empire by the people behind it. Yeah, it's troublesome.
Thing is that I will have my hands full in uncovering as much information as I can to see whether what he said at the end is true or not. And if it's true, it makes things even more troublesome, maybe.
Frelis
Why
goes,
relate this information to us? I mean, we could take his word for what it is, and he just stumbled upon it. We were his employers at the moment, and so he just relayed the information. But I don't think that a guy like him would do something without having a benefit from it.
The
Fresh.
only benefit I could come up with, says Neo, out on top of my head, is that he wants you out of his path. So either he wants you focusing on that, or it could also be that having this Moth Gideon attention pulled away from whatever it is that he's doing completely will allow him to do whatever the heck he wants.
Press just chimes in going, to that regard, I can understand that logic. I've had a couple of run-ins with Gideon before. He is a sadistic and rough son of a bitch. Very dangerous man. Probably one of the most dangerous men left in the Empire.
I mean, he was responsible for most of the annexations that took place on Mandalore, so it actually makes quite a lot of sense that he would be in possession.
Agreed. However, I
One
can't
thing is
go on.
one thing that it has to be said for sure is that for now this guy has not lied. He has not lied about what he said, but he hasn't been honest. So that's something to take in mind. It's very possible that it has this whatever it is that you are interested in, but know that you are being a pawn on his game if you desire to chase this elite.
The dark saber is a sacred relic of our people, just like the Beskar. It's hard for us not go after it, but
It's also an effective way to end this conflict altogether and try and unite the clans.
exactly, exactly my exactly my thinking, Bo. But part of me just wonders, what if it's just another game to him? He could be trying to test our strength to see our strengths and weaknesses.
Could be. Enough talk about this now. I need to think about a lot of stuff.
Um,
Also, not them goes to whom exactly, Max?
You know who it goes to.
I'm
You
not.
know, don't,
I'm not
don't
bringing you and
lie.
Bong in this. Just saying.
Even if they're not, I can't just not say it. You mentioned the outer rims. You mentioned high technology. Until the
That
tracker, my thought was, oh god.
yeah. Uh, after
Well,
after Bo said that, Fresh just goes to the men. He needs a break as well, going. Keep us as soon as you can get anything more from the tracker. Contact us.
Before the communication, because I obviously think that we are traveling in different ships, Neil looks at Frakes and say, "Remember, he has not lied to us for now or in all this time, and I don't think he is the kind of person that uses lies to manipulate people. He uses truth because that way people will be more willing to follow whatever plan he is. So that's probably not a lie. That dark saber, it's probably in the hands of this Gideon, but you're pawns on his game.
I already figured that, kid. We'll be careful. You need to be careful as well. You're you're in possibly even more shit than we are.
Yeah, he
Uh,
says.
and he looks at Elena talking to Kurokov and just pats Nia on the shoulder, going, "I can tell you have a brotherly connection to that girl. Look after the kid."
Oh well. And after all of this, Neo just goes and plumps down on the bed for the rest of the day because he's already stresses enough as is, and he has been already thinking about multiple possibilities of what this guy wants.
see, all out war is not as interesting after all.
Yeah,
Sometimes we need a good old lay down with your bed and inbuilt seatbelt.
Yep.
So, while you are there, Kirk will say, um, I believe that maybe it would be a good thing for you to look into this whole situation with the scientists a little bit more.
Elena just gives him a smile, going, "Oh, it's not as if we have any choice right now."
Yes, and I won't sit on my hands either. I'll try to uncover as much information as I can for the remnant that has the holocron.
I nod.
Hopefully, I might have the help of some friendly wits.
Elena just chuckles, going, "Glad I can bring something beneficial to you, Master."
Well, this is quite interesting personality. She has a way of viewing the Force that I find fascinating. A little bit strange and dangerous, maybe, but fascinating nonetheless.
Believe me, Master, the more time you spend with her, the more you'll warm to her.
That's okay. In case I start saying things that are out of character, just get ready to come and kill me as well, eh? And then he chuckles.
Elena just chuckles and goes, "You know I could never do that."
Well,
That's why he has joined.
Elena just chuckles, goes, "I could never do that. I could, I could boy you out of it if you want. You know how I like to rub my mouth."
I know. Well, good luck to your future endeavors because we're all gonna need it. And by luck, that I mean may the force be with us all.
May the force be with you, Master. And she hugs him. And this time keep in contact with me.
Will do. You as well. Don't forget about the old people now.
She laughs and goes, "My life would be far more boring without your bedtime stories, Master."
Well, I haven't told you what little I remember from the Wifid villages that I was born in.
We should probably talk about that someday. Also, I don't remember telling you a lot about my connection to the old enclave on Dantooine.
Now that you mention it, no, you haven't. We'll have time. Hopefully, when all this craziness has subsided somewhat.
I pray that day comes soon.
We can only hope. And before he leaves, he goes to Joanne and says, "You are a quick learner, and I have faith in you. I believe that everyone can rely on you, and you can rely on them. Don't forget about that. Because I see that you're a little bit, how to say it, closed. That's not a bad thing per se, but sometimes a little of companionship is helpful. Taking the advice of a hermit for a long time might be a little bit ironic right now, but still.
The only person that truly believes in Jawain. Joke, joke.
Why not?
I trust you because I too sat on my hands for years before doing anything. If Elena could find a freezer big enough to put me in every time I needed a break, she would do it.
So, now that you're back at your ship, once you
Mm, Yeah,
arrive back to the port that you were before, I mean,
yeah.
and get back to your ship and everything
Also,
is.
one more thing Elena says to her master as he
Mm.
departs, she just says, Master, thank you for everything.
Mm.
I would,
Uh,
I would never be the Jedi I am without you.
don't mention it. I never considered myself an enlightened master or anything. If I was any help to you, that's an honor.
Elena nods and goes,
When,
it was an even greater honor to be your Padawan.
And he does
Mhm.
the traditional bow.
I return it, and I give him a quick smile. And just say, some of the best masters in our order were not conventional. Keep that in mind.
when everyone is back on the ship, Neo doesn't let them go to different positions to think about that. And you can see him with a face that's really calm, frustrated face. Like he says, "I have a horrible idea.
Oh no!
No, it's
We
so
have
bad we can hear the crackling. We can hear
Yes,
his brain. We can hear his brain frying and overloading.
actually, we can
we
hear static coming from you.
Neo's brain is
we
overloaded. This is perfect. I
we
We
have
can hear the clocks
I
turning.
have a terrible idea. But first, Elena, use the force to make me a fried breakfast. Can we break up? You want a
so
bacon sandwich with that?
so as I was saying, Neo says he has a horrible idea, and he says we have to talk with the Huts. And he just lets that sink in, waiting for anyone to please tell him no. He won't say anything. He will just wait to hear what everyone else has to say.
You do realize
Everyone's response
Yes,
to
let's go for pizza.
everyone's
What?
response Pizza Hut. Everyone's
Oh.
response to Neo's suggestion.
Elena just sighs and goes, I
Really?
mean, if there's no other if there's no other reason, if there's no other way, I guess we can do it. You do realize though that the hunts will the huts will jump at my bounty without a second thought.
Why do you think I said it's a horrible idea? Please, please tell me that they have a better idea. Catch? He desperately looks at Catch.
Since when did I become the ideas guy?
Elena,
Desha?
in the situation where Elena can't come up with an idea because the plan that's already been put up to her is the most dangerous plan of all, she can't think.
Hmm.
And of course,
Desha,
Joanne is Joanne.
yeah, Jawan already made someone he saw. Then let's call Pizza Hut. That says his opinion perfectly. Nia says, Desha,
I only need one more power, and then I can storm the Death Star with myself.
She's just looking at.
I only need one more power, and I can become the most ultimate Jedi of all. I can jump on rocks and win the fight instantly.
I won't be a Master Jedi. I will be the Prime Jedi.
Yes.
Oh
And
god.
then they could jump onto a giant rock and go, I've won this fight already.
It's over, Joanne. I have the high ground. Don't underestimate my roles.
I'm not joking. I'm actually going to take high ground defense as one of my force powers next level. I have the high ground. I have
So,
the high ground.
So Dessa is looking on the ground and at your
mm,
feet and says, "It could work, but we'll have to be extremely careful."
Is
I know.
Ilveron?
It's why I said it's a horrible idea.
Well, do you have any suggestions? Any huts in particular that we could
I do have a connection that has a connection with the hand, but the thing is, we will have obviously to do something in favor, and that had wanted to do deals with the Black Sun. It probably doesn't want to have troubles with them.
Hmm. Well then, we must find some nice um clothes and disguises and do our best to make an not Len.
I at least have a nice clothes. Also, yeah, Elena, you are not going even at a 100 meters close to that thing. A kilometer, 2 kilometers, whatever distance, you are not going even close to the hut.
I can always just stay
That's
on the ship.
and be on guard, obviously. Same for Jawain, since he's becoming more and more of a Jedi.
Hmm. We could dye her hair and cut them, but nah, that's the same.
Even if we do that, she probably will still carry on to be her weapon because she wouldn't want to go naked there. And yeah, and Cage also can't go there. I said, looking at him. So it's just the two of us.
Oh, great. Zawayne? I mean,
Do you
it's
want
just a
him
Jawa.
there?
Um, um,
Hmm.
I mean, I can be wherever you guys want. I don't.
I think Ketch will be enough to protect Elena, especially
Mhm.
with how powerful she is. So I think you'd be okay to go if you want to.
Yeah, but
Mm.
my fear is that they find out he's a Jedi. That's why I'm suggesting not taking
It'll be more
Jawan with
obvious
us.
it'll be more obvious that Elena's a Jedi than it is for Joanne. Joanne could just be
Fair enough.
Joanne could just be, oh, you found a lightsaber in a scrap pile.
It's just
But
a Jawa. No one is even going to approach him.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they're going to check if I'm hiding a lightsaber
Yeah,
anywhere.
exactly.
He's a
You
Jawa.
never know, but yeah,
He's
good
a
They
point.
might.
Jawa's
The
a Jawa's
the
like
only
a
reason
freaking kid in a ball pit. He's
Mhm.
not gonna stand out at all.
the only reason that they might check the Jawa is to see if he stole anything.
Yeah,
So it's
that's also another
decided.
point to not. That's another point to not take Jawan with us.
So Desa says, so it's decided then, are we going to meet a hat? I mean, I mean,
Elena just sighs, goes, I really don't like this, but what other choice do we have?
well,
I could wait
that's.
one day to see if any information comes to our hands before
To tell you
taking
the
off.
truth, I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, I've never met a hat before. I've heard quite a lot of stuff.
I haven't met a hut before
I
either, but I have been in hut space.
I have been in the presence to want. My only advice is Don't try to lie to them. Don't try to be overly polite. If you're not too much that it looks like you're sucking their boots. And be submissive to say in a way. Don't try to show like you have a backbone or anything.
Ah, great.
Yeah.
You just said the things that I don't like, in case you did not.
Yeah, I don't like them either.
Elena just looks at her going, "It's not that bad. At least you can actually go 100 feet within 100 feet of her and not get arrested and just sold for credits."
Yeah.
Uh, that's another thing we have to do before we go in motion with this plan. Look if there is a bounty on your head.
My head, I doubt it. We can check
You
it, of
never
course,
know.
but
You never know.
I highly doubt it.
Like I said, you never know. And I honestly want a day still here before we go. I make make the line to make all of this happen to see if we can find anything else that can lead us to maybe another plan.
Agreed. Agreed. Also, I'll check to see if my name shows up in any lists,
Mhm.
official or unofficial. Better be safe than sorry.
Yeah. Uh, Question. This is more outside of character. Mears, is there any technological store here?
Store?
Yeah.
Store where? I didn't.
Somewhere where we can buy stuff.
Oh, yes. Well, that's not where you are right now.
Okay. Then tell me where
You
we are
have to
because
make.
I honestly wanted to buy something better, but I'm seeing the need, so I will have to buy. I want to buy a bracer computer.
No, okay.
Mhm.
Okay. You can make a small, stop
Mm.
in the
Yeah,
plan. You
if,
can
if,
just
if
take it.
that's after this day passes, and if the GM wants to throw us a bond that isn't go to the hats, we
So,
will appreciate it.
so, something I forgot to mention completely, and I just got a flashback right now.
Yeah.
Jawayne, if you went to train with Desa any of the previous days,
Trained with whom?
with the
Data.
Twi'lek,
The Twilight.
Okay. Uh, okay. Why should I train with her?
I don't know, you mentioned it.
I mentioned
Yeah.
tra- okay. Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
You forgot already.
Again, the Cloud District.
Yeah.
Well, no, I
That's
think
the
that
answer.
Cloud is so in character right now that he's actually Jawayne.
Yes, I'm so in character, yes.
He was in character.
Okay.
He was in character now as I was last night.
Anyway, so there are two things that I have to say about it. You see that she's extremely agile.
Wink, wink.
Nudge,
No,
nudge.
Yeah.
yes, she's extremely agile. She knows how to put herself, the weight, everything, and do even acrobatic feats that are quite difficult. Seem like walking. And the other thing you see is that, except from the blaster pistols, it has some affinity with fighting in close quarters, but not with anything too fancy. With simple weapons, some stick that you might find, dagger, some kind of small, you know, um, uh, vibroblade or vibros dagger. That's, it's not a simple weapon in terms of in-game mechanics, but you get my
Hmm.
point. And she seems interested in what actually you can do with a lightsaber. I mean, it is like, okay, can you show me a few of your um maneuvers, I guess?
She does a Captain Falcon impression and says, "Show me your moves."
Yes.
And she actually says it properly instead of doing the actual glitchy old Nintendo thing where he goes, "Show me your boobs."
Oh no.
Oh God!
He actually does that. If you actually mishear, he actually does sound like he's saying, "Show me your
Yeah,
boobs."
yeah, I know, I know. I heard that when I was learning English quite a while. I was only one the joke of "Show me your moves."
Show me your moves. And that's about it.
Hmm. Hmm.
Getting back on track.
Yeah.
And then Joanne just jokingly says, "Show me your boobs."
Of
Well,
course.
funny thing is, Jawen can't say that. Well, he can, but not in a language that she would understand.
He
She has.
honks me there. Let me play with your junk.
Cue the video that I
Oh
posted
God.
earlier.
Oh, good timing to come on coming back, Tyron. We're just joking.
Yeah. So I say a day passes, and is there any other
And
clue?
I'm
well,
just
have
looking
you
in my
done
room
Anyone?
anything? Have you
again.
done it? You haven't rolled anything to try and find something.
Okay. I'm going to do a risky move. I'm going to roll intelligence to see if I can think of anything else. Because I can't, as outside the character, I can't think of anything else.
Everyone's free to do that.
Damn it!
Oh
I'm
yeah.
dumb.
Intelligence is the riskiest of traits for this party.
Yes.
So you actually become Baldric for a second there, and you have a cunning plan. Hide underneath the sheets of my bed.
Thank
This
God, Elaine.
way, no one will find me.
And I'm just sitting there going, "My brooding is giving me ideas. If Jedi can brood."
Let
Get
me
with,
let me no,
get
let
with the
me say
natural
my
20 again.
let me wait before we get to the serious stuff. My roller for the only thing that told me was like, I wish I could. The only thing that come to mind was, I wish I could grab my sheets, hide on my bed, and everything
No,
goes
no,
away.
no, no. I've got an idea for that roll of four. Just give me a second.
Take your time. If it's better than that, go for it.
Oh no.
This is all that Neo has in his head with that roll.
Okay. Oh god.
Pizza
Oh
Hut,
god.
a
Okay.
Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried
Now,
Chicken, and a
now,
Pizza
now,
Hut.
now, now let's hear Get's brilliant plan because
So,
it's a
get,
nat 20.
gets you actually have a bright idea. You could go the direct way, going to some crime lord and asking, but that's quite risky. Um, you don't know how they're going to react or what are they going
Yeah.
to
You don't
request.
say.
Why did I call it a horrible idea?
Uh,
Hindsight
But
is
What
since
2020.
a twist.
but since you know that you're dealing with Black Sun's leadership here, maybe you could find someone from the organization that's not actually high ranked or anything, an easy target. What I'm saying, and trying
Okay.
to find additional information from them, at least for the beginning.
Still risky.
Huh.
Still
But
risky, but
better.
you're not
No,
going into the
no, no,
jaws
no,
of.
no. Neo immediately says, "But better." At least that way we can work up the chain and try to even maybe make deals with them to not run us out in exchange to get more and more information.
Hmm.
And we could, and we know exactly where, we know a planet where the Black Suns were making deals, which, if I remember right, it could be on the way to where one of the places where part of your dealership, the this guy disappears. So we could go there to try to find some clues on the ground too.
Oh, that's Hmm. Well,
Out of character, this is
uh-huh.
talking with mirrors. If I remember correctly, if you could put the galactic map,
Yeah,
so I
Let us see
can
the
make it
Galaxy
clear what I
Ewok
mean.
once again.
the galaxy, the galaxy-wide Ewok.
Yes.
Actually, now we have a
Give me a
galaxy-wide
second.
ship.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So, if I remember correctly, we found around here Black Suns, right?
Yes.
And it was somewhere around here. I don't remember exactly
Uh,
where guy was killed.
you found a small cluster in Ketaris.
No, no, I mean
Kataris.
where the guy was killed.
Oh, where the guy was killed. Now,
Well, the guy was killed. Oh no!
Oh, okay. It was the other side. Okay.
Time for a big road trip,
that's
gang.
here.
Mm.
There is a
That's
place.
the thing.
There is a select. How is it called?
It's a long trip.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Uh, he tried to begin his
Mm,
business in the Minos cluster.
yeah. Hmm. Okay.
It's a collection
Pull
of
up the other map,
smaller
Victor.
planetoids and
It seems
Yeah.
it seems very Mustafar away.
uh,
Ah!
Yeah.
I could just see Tyrone face palming on the other side of the pond. I'm sorry.
yeah.
The, this was
You're cutting out. I didn't hear what you said.
right.
Repeat because I didn't hear anything. Can you guys hear anything or not?
I
On
can
Max
hear
side,
you. I can't hear Max.
I can't hear Max.
Okay, that's what I mean.
I don't know why,
His
but the
circle's lighting up, but I'm not hearing him.
He's pinging Sutric, but
I don't know why, but the more I look at this image, the more I look, the
This
more.
was Empire region,
oh,
Mm,
now we can hear you.
yeah, no,
right?
the red zone
We
was
can.
Imperial region, like here.
Yeah, the red
This is practically
outline is
territory.
Imperial
I don't
region.
think
Uh,
the Black Suns were attacked.
And now I can't click. I'm not joking. I'm pressing
Maybe
down left click on something and it won't click.
Oh no.
Technical difficulties.
Uh, Try refreshing.
where we remember Black Suns were attacking.
Yeah.
Maybe we can find some clue regarding. that could lead us to another or some kind of.
Poor Max time. We can't hear a word.
He's become one with the Force now.
You must find the way to become a Force Ghost now.
Now I can click.
Okay.
He has fallen to the he has fallen to the paranoid side of the Force. His paranoia got to him and he actually fell.
Also, Cord, once. Okay. So,
Okay, so that's an interesting.
Okay, that's a good
hmm,
investigation.
there. Okay, okay. There is a natural 20. I know that natural 20s and natural ones in this game work a little bit differently from, traditional D&D. But still, I
Yeah.
think I'll be able to give
Hmm.
something more on that.
Uh,
Maybe some of your acquaintances might be of help.
wink, wink,
Uh,
nudge,
I
nudge.
was uh, I was thinking about both of them to try to use it to come into contact with the Black Sun, but one I asked it to go underground, so I'm not sure how much It would be nice to suddenly pull it out of underground to tell him, hey, can you tell me some places where I can find Black Suns?
Mm.
And I'm asking him to not be on the run from the Hut and the Black Suns. And the other one, well, I already own him something. Owning him even more things, I don't feel comfortable.
Even more things.
Yeah.
Neo doesn't want to work for tips.
Oh no! Favors I will always come back to bite you. That's why.
I know.
Mhm.
So, also,
So
you
it's
wanted.
so it's not like I didn't think about what you said, Mirs. That was also on top
So
of
do
my
we
mind.
want to ask our assassin friend if they've got any ideas?
Let's ask the
Should-
NPCs.
yeah, the NPCs that Mirs controls. Yeah.
Hold on. Let's ask the chat. Tyron, do you have any ideas?
Yeah.
I
Tyron,
mean, I'm
come on
almost
if you
thinking
want.
at this point we might just call it a session and then come
Oh
back with
no!
fresh ideas.
Oh no! I do think that we should at some point
Yeah, we're cutting
throughout,
it
the season.
Yeah, we're
after
cutting it
this,
soon.
pretty
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
We need some Tyron. We need some ideas about how to handle our
Hmm.
situation with our investigation, and we want a better idea than just strolling up to the huts.
Just to
Hmm.
list a few names that you can ask here about
Yeah.
this. There is a particular hat that you had
No,
spoken before.
No.
no, no,
No.
no,
No. No.
no,
We came
no.
up. We came up with other ideas than talking to the hat. I think
There,
we're better not talking
yeah,
to the hat.
that, that was a
Mhm.
joke, pretty much. Uh,
Okay.
So Tyron, we need to find this scientist that or clues about what the identity of this scientist that went missing, and it's also tied to Elena's master in the Empire. So we need a plan that doesn't endanger Elena, but also gives us the best chance of getting the information we need. So that means not the huts.
And and the
Other
and the
names. Now,
only
seriously,
uh,
names that you could
and
ask.
to no to give context to
Okay.
Tyrant, and the people we know that know about this are the leader of a criminal organization. Yeah. Now you can begin with sharing mirrors.
Okay, so you have Ascot, the Devaronian.
Yeah, I know.
There
But
is
I did say my opinion on that.
yeah, there is come
The
on.
smuggler, but I said my opinion on that.
Yeah, the Devaronian smuggler. That that is
Mhm.
one option. There
Uh-huh.
is the Keldor bounty hunter that you have
Yeah, that's the one. That's the
helped
one I don't want
in
to
the
be
past.
on. Yeah, that's the one I don't want to be in depth with because he was the one that gave us the tip, a bit of information regarding, these scientists and all that, which this guy was looking for information regarding
Hmm.
him. So
You can ask. You
mhm.
could also try your luck and ask Captain Nosk.
Okay, I didn't thought about that.
That's an idea. Plus, Elena's got. I think Elena's got a secure holo communicator to
Yeah.
Captain Nosk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Tyron, the Black Suns are the ones we're investigating.
Yeah.
Where one of the ideas was to go to one of the more manipulatable, lower-ranking Black Suns to give them more information about the Vigo we're hunting.
That's why I made the suggestion here of, trying to go to a planet we know they have acted and going to try to catch some lower rankings and trying to, get something. I'm not sure what we could get, but work up the ranks or something like that.
You can ask Captain Nosk, and he
Mhm,
will say a lot of
mhm,
Bothan spies died for this information.
mhm,
Ah.
mhm.
All right, Miss Mothma.
Well, he's a Bothan, so
How many clips am I gonna have to make of this episode?
No
I
idea.
don't know.
Feels like quite a few.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure which is the right idea to say on the plan.
you
So
can.
I think something that will say that I think that Pika said. I think that we should leave it for next session. Put record if it isn't too much, just so on these 2 weeks of thinking that we will have. Could you make a clip of that so I can just have it there and watch it and try to decide which is the better plan of all of this.
I
Okay.
can write down a brief summary of
Mhm.
the
Yeah,
information
like
we have.
Yeah, that'd be easier.
Maris,
Yeah,
I understand why you
yeah,
want a decision first, so you can actually like plan ahead.
yeah,
We
But
we,
like,
we
Yeah,
have
I
we
I
have
have.
like 2 weeks, and if we are going to
yeah,
be swapping between D&D and
yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
D&D and Star Wars, we could have reach a decision on the at the start of the D&D session,
yeah.
basically.
Exactly. I have
Yeah.
no problem with leaving it here pretty much and
Mhm.
starting next session with the
Mhm.
decision.
Mm.
So yeah, let's end it here, viewers. What plan will the crew go? The horrible plan of talking to a hut. The horrible plan of putting themselves small depth with a bounty hunter. The horrible plan of taking one of their allies that they had on the run from the Black Suns to ask to get more information on the Black Suns.
Will
Or
Elena
you
have
could
to? Will Elena
or
have to
you
visit? Will Elena have to visit a sauna?
or you could take the third, fourth or fifth choice about this point and ask the super state the guy that you had just dealings with that he's already investigating it seems
Yeah.
the situation.
At this,
we, we,
at
we
this
can do
point,
that, or the sixth and more tedious and annoying plan, the one that requires us to go across the galaxy to investigate the place where the guy died.
Or
Yes.
will Elena get a visit from the Force Child? It's
These
just a
Say,
questions will we answer on episode Cord?
16. This is episode 15, so it'll be episode 16 next time.
Episode 16 of the D6 Star Wars roleplay campaign. My god, we are a mess.
That's what makes it so fun.
I agree.
Anyway, thank you all for joining us tonight. It was a very special occasion, and I'm glad you're all able to come and join us tonight. Hopefully, we'll see you all next time for whatever it is we're doing, be it our first ever session of D&D or more of this. I can tell you though, for
Yep.
once, it's not Sentinels. It's not Sentinels next week.
No, D&D is
No.
pretty much ready, so we can do it next time. In a couple weeks,
Next
several
time.
weeks.
But it's still let's remember the lemma of this group. Sentinels next week.
Anyway,
Yeah, that's
alright.
that's the main point.
now it can be and forever be Sentinels next week.
Yep.
Yeah.
Always is.
Anyway, good night, everybody, and Platty.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone.
And Platty, I hope this stream was a good enough send off for you. We will miss you. Bye bye.